All right. It is Wednesday, 2024. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. We are getting set up for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, pre-show, and the rest of the shows that will follow. Well, show that'll follow. So, sit back, relax. I just got the stream rolling. We are going to get everybody connected up here in just a little bit. And you will have a great time tonight. We have some guests. Brett Hamachek's coming in tonight, supposedly. We'll find out. Hopefully he'll make it. He's scheduled to for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. He's with humanevents.org. And he's also written a book. So we'll hear all about that. Be right back after I get everybody connected up. So stand by, folks. Look out. Cecilia Adams in the Kit Chat. Welcome, welcome, doll. Love you. And all the rest of the folks that are coming in. Let's see who else is out there. And that's the phone. No more. Oh, yeah. Gonna get the party started soon. Wait for the guys and gal to show up so we can get things going. Hope everybody's having a lovely day. Appreciate each and every one of you that tune in. And always support DREAGUS Productions and anything on this stream or the streams that I do, as well as the radio stations. Yes, I did a little bit of changing it to the background of the stream. Hopefully you all enjoy it and like it. If you do, let me know. If you don't, tell me to change it back. I can do that. wanted to do something a little bit more easy to look at. So hopefully it'll make it easier for you all to see and read as well as follow along. Do, 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 do. Hello, hello, hello. Who do we have in with us tonight?
Hey, Mark, what's up?
Not much. Just got
What's
everybody
going
up.
on?
Just got you up here. We've been streaming for a couple minutes. We're good to go. I just wanted to make sure everything was ready and set, and we are, and everything is going fine.
All right, then.
Yeah, I love it. Hopefully, the rest of the night will stream just like this.
God, it's been warming up, and it's so nice right now. It's like, I don't know, I bet it's 80 in here.
It really warmed up here too today. Got a nice
Beautiful.
breeze outside, but you know it is warmer than it's been. The last few days have been kind of nice.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a little more summery weather.
Yep. Hey, welcome in, Immortal Flame. Appreciate you coming in at the Kick Chat. Was in your chat earlier. You always great hanging out with you, buddy.
Yeah, we're just in the pre-show, folks. So if like I typically do a bunch of things before we get started, and it kind of distracts me, so I don't talk a lot in the pre-show. But just bear with us. In about a half an hour, the actual show starts at the top of the hour. And then we will dive into all the news and everything that's going on in the world. And boy, is there a lot of it. So hang tight, get ready, settle in. Now's the time you make your popcorn or you get your tea brewing or whatever your cup of tea is.
Yeah.
And get those beers on ice, whatever you do for you.
Smokes and snacks if you need them, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Close optional radio.
Heck, you could grill a burger
while listening to the show. Yeah. But don't get distracted because Willie's not here. We won't want any of his hamburgers or hot dogs anyways.
No. If Willie ever offers you food, just say no thank you.
Now, James, yes. I will definitely go for James's food. I'm sure he is a good cook.
Yeah, maybe.
Unless he took lessons from Willie. Now that's a bad thing.
Hello, 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 hello.
It's Bullhorn Barry. Look out,
Hello.
cats, dogs, and kids. Let me get the... And now, Bullhorn Barry.
That's awesome, man. How did you do that?
That is good. I like that.
You like it when I use the effect?
I do.
Yeah.
Do you like my effect?
Hey, that was my impersonation of you, Mark, when I came in. Hello, 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 hello.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yeah. Here's a good one. On loan from God.
Chemtrails?
No, on loan from God. That used to be what Rush used to always say. I'm on loan from God.
On loan from God. I kind of like that, dude. I like that.
Rush used to always say that.
Yeah, talent on loan from God.
That's right. God.
Resistance to tyranny is obedience to God.
Resistance to tyranny is obedience to God. Ladies and gentlemen, are you going to resist the tyranny, or are you going to be a whip and roll over like a dog?
Like to give a big shout out to HD the King on both. That's right, Kick, Rumble, and probably over on LiveSpace too. I gotta check over there. He sneaks in there every now and then.
What about Twitchy Itchy?
Twitch, we're not getting as many folks over there. They've got politicized too much lately. So
they're too progressive?
Yeah, they're pretty progressive, and you know, when you go over to Twitch and that, they don't allow you to like promote yourself and things like that. Unlike over on the other platforms where I'm at now. You know, we know we're on Kick. We're no, you know, Facebook really probably doesn't like it when I cross promote, and YouTube probably doesn't like when I cross promote. But hey, you know,
they don't.
Most places, if you cross promote, it's okay anymore because you have to network, right?
Mm-hmm. You got to, man. What do they think? They're going to own the whole thing? What do they want to be, a monopoly?
They want exclusive.
Who do these people think they are? Huh?
Yeah, they want exclusive, and if you don't have your own posse to come in there, hey, yeah, there he is.
What do they want to be, Klaus Schwab?
Yeah.
Tired of these people,
Spam
man.
those
I'm
emotes,
sick
guys
of these people.
and gals. I don't care. I just need to know you're alive in there.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Interesting times, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
CS, how you doing, man?
Doing good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. It's okay. I'm on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm probably a 6.5 today. Just one of those.
6.5.
One of those days. It's not bad. It's just I wouldn't say. I don't know, but I've got a lot done today. I got up at 4:30,
6.5.
so I'm getting better, getting up early. That's out of the last 3 days. I've gotten up at 4:30 both days. So on one day it's 6:30. So anyway, I'm trying to get to bed earlier and get up earlier.
I thought you were starting to take statistics from like the Census Bureau in voting. 6.5. How can you get a 0.5 out of a whole person? They're either there or they're not, right?
Well, you round it up, so I'd be
round
a 7.
It up. Yeah, round or down.
No, it's just I'm not really down. I just my parents are getting older, and you know how that is, man. You hate to see them getting older, man. It really they were up in town today, and my mom had some difficulties with her diabetes, and they're moving into a home and everything out of their big house into a small house where it's kind of it's not a nursing home. It's like that though, but super nice. Mm-hmm. Where it's like a condo, and they have like nursing care and stuff there, and it's going to be better for them. But it just sucks seeing them get older, man. It just sucks, man. That's all I can tell you. Getting old sucks. I don't care what anybody says. All these people that talk about how great it is, it sucks.
Hey, I found a little helpful tab in Skype that I'm using now. If you look in the Skype and that, you'll see down at the bottom it's showing what we talk, typing it out, so that folks that have us on mute cool. Can still see and hear what we're doing. Or if they're hearing impaired, they can do that too. So
I know, but after I don't know 5 or 6 shots of tequila, man, I'm kind of slurring my words. Is it able to sort of figure it out?
I try to have captions up when possible, especially when there's a live broadcast, and I guess it's something new on Skype. So
that's cool.
I'm
checking
it out.
What Joe Biden is saying.
Yeah, I don't want to know what he's saying.
I don't think it can. I'm just saying. I bet you if he spoke in there, it would be like what?
No, we would probably.
AI is not sophisticated enough to interpret what Joe Biden says.
We would probably be hearing what the handler is typing, or is already printed out.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I look at it.
AI would probably say that is an AI Biden robot. I can tell that is AI, and this is a fraud. Joe Biden is a fraud. Hey, did you see where Elon Musk was on Alex Jones' show again today?
Yeah, he just showed up out of nowhere on a couple days ago, right? He was like not even invited.
No, but I think there was like they talked about it beforehand, Alex and Elon, because Alex was telling David Icke he might be calling in. But Ike didn't even know. He thought he was kidding, And then Ike was kind of pissed off. He was like, if that was Elon Musk, man, what a stupid thing. He was pissed.
Oh.
But, he's always complaining about how these MAMs, he calls them mainstream alternative media pundits like Alex Jones, they're basically selling out. They're hiding all the deeper truths, he says. But yet there was Elon Musk right there talking to him, and he didn't call him out because Alex said, hey, let's just pretend this is Elon. And you ask him and tell him whatever you want. But he didn't call him out on anything. Old David Icke didn't say, oh, man, you're a globalist stooge.
Yeah, I wonder how much they paid David to actually come on with them.
I don't know. But the thing of it is maybe
David
they
Icke,
have some
David
sort
Icke
of a
does
deal.
not go on air unless you pay him. So
I know what you're saying. I know that's true. But he's been going on the show since 1998.
Mm-hmm.
Or 96, somewhere 96 or 98, he's been going on the show. So they probably have some kind of an arrangement that's different than everybody else. Plus, Alex Jones is so big, it's actually helping David Icke. So he might be doing it for free. Who knows? I doubt it, but he might.
He's getting a cut one way or the other. What was that, CS? You broke up.
Oh, I'm sure he's got, I'm sure there's some people that he would waive the fee for,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just because of the past history, we're talking, 96, 2006, 16, 20 some years they've been on each other's show. I'm sure he's been on his show as well. But by the way, David Icke went right back on his David Icke website and basically continued with his mainstream alternative nonsense, basically calling everybody in the alternative media, Elon worshiping, fake news media, more or less. So he didn't change his position even after talking to Alex. Alex was, I'm not a ma'am. I'm not a mainstream alternative media pundit. I'm not in alliance with the globalists. I am not in alliance with, Elon Musk, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then the next day he posts the video up on his page and says, Elon Musk, ma'am God, interview with Alex Jones.
Oh boy.
He calls Elon the ma'am God because we all supposedly in the alternative media worship him, which is so false, man. I still totally question and doubt Elon Musk's loyalties and whether he just got through saying on the Alex Jones show he's totally for transhumanism, total digitizing humanity completely. So no, I don't agree with it. But I do agree with some of the good stuff he's doing. It's like these people think if you can't do, some people are like a mixed bag. You know what I'm saying? They do some good things, then they do some bad things. Some people can't wrap their head around that. They're such purists that they believe that our victory has to come in some perfect, pure way. And it's not going to happen like that. It's going to be ugly. Our path to victory is going to be messy. It's going to be ugly. And I've tried to explain this to people, but they just don't get it, man. It's like, oh, if you're not all in, you're the enemy. And that's just not how it works, man. He may do some really good things for us. He already has, man. Opening the door on Twitter has been a huge deal for conservatives, man. And Christians and libertarians, we now have a voice that's reaching more people than, in a long time since the censorship started. So he's doing some good, and you got to give him credit for that. Yes, I still don't like his position on transhuman, and I want to hold him accountable on that. But at the same time, I can equally praise him for the good that he's done. I don't think that's a contradiction.
Yeah,
what do you guys think?
You have to, take not everybody's going to be 100% good, We all have something, that we've done or do wrong, but, it's right for us or whatever. But, that's not the, you try to look for the greater good.
You have to, because we're all pretty much messed up.
Yeah,
dude.
We're all messed up.
Every single person is jacked up to some degree. Even the best of humanity is jacked up. And so you're never going to find somebody that's just going to meet everything that you. Trump. It's like
Christ.
Trump. They think
Christ hasn't come
like
down
Trump,
yet, so we don't have that perfect person here yet. So
Who's coming in?
Said Christ hasn't come down yet, so
That's
we have
right.
to settle for the next best or the best that we can find.
That's right. I'm happy if we could get a reflection of Christ on earth. That would be amazing. We could just then, put an end to all this madness pretty quickly, because it really would just only take a little bit of a light, I think, to destroy this darkness that's out there, because the darkness really is weak. If you sit there and you analyze it and you look at it, these are some of the most weakest and pathetic people on the face of the planet, and the only reason they've gotten thus far is because good people have done nothing. But now we're starting to fight back, and we're starting to see them cower. We're starting to have victories, and it's just a matter of time now. And that's the thing. It's like they know that they've already lost, and that's exactly why what CS has talked about, and you've talked about, and I've talked about. More than likely, they're going to do something seriously insane just to try to save themselves. It's that Hail Mary. You know what I'm saying? They're going to throw a Hail Mary at a football game in the last few seconds and hope they can somehow win. And they will fail, but it still could be somewhat catastrophic. Their big event that they do save face, try to keep their global agenda going, and it's going to fail, because look, the farmers are protesting all over the world. 6 or 7 nations now, they're protesting. So the more crazy they get, the more we uprise peacefully and nonviolently, of course, but they can't win. I'm just concerned that they're going to do something crazy, and a lot of people are going to suffer because of it, like another shamdemic or a cyber pandemic. I hope to God, or some kind of a black swan event And by the way, you know that lady that was on MSNBC that said that that Black Swan event was coming? They fired her. She's gone. Apparently, she said too much.
Yep.
But I hear there's other people in the mainstream that have talked about the Black Swan too. So apparently that's what they're gearing up for.
Yep.
We should take a poll to find out how much longer Biden's going to last. 1 month, 2 months. Will he make it to the Democratic convention in August, or will he bow out before then? What do you guys think?
He might make it almost right up until the point, and then something happened to him. Where it looks like we have no choice. We have to do this, so we'll fix it. And in comes Michelle Obama.
What would happen if they put Kamala up front? Well, I mean, she's worse than Biden. She has less support than Biden. I mean, there's no way she could win. No way. And no one would believe it if it happened.
Oh, well.
I wish I could just like fast forward to like, a few months just to kind of peek peek into the future a little bit, see what's going to happen, see what's coming. Maybe I don't want to do that because
Censorship, you still
He's got his mic off. He's got his mic off. I don't know if he's trying to talk. He might be trying to talk, but he's got his mic off.
I don't know.
He's probably doing what he always does at this time.
Peeing on the flat rock again. Oh, my God.
What's that?
Peeing on a flat rock again.
I did have it. Haha. I did have it muted. Thank you for saying something. I was typing some notes for Brent.
Why, you sat on the toilet?
No, I took a piss about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah. I try to mute when I do that.
Yeah. The ghost of David Hogg returns.
What, David Hogg was on?
He's the one that always
was live and
really messed
you could hear
with
him taking a
about
leak?
that. No, he would mess with
No, I did it once, and then David Hogg, wouldn't let it go for like 9 months. But now Mark just will not let it go for. Now we're 2 years later. And
2 years in.
Yeah,
Sweet.
Yeah.
Well, now that I'm on the in, I'll join you, Mark. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
No, please don't. It's just a really stupid joke that, like, come on. It's kind of degrading, and I just don't appreciate it. But other than that, hey, if you really want to do it, go for it.
Yeah. What everybody wants to know is
this way could be far
how
worse,
wet
bro.
did your foot get?
How wet did your foot get?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what inquiring minds want to know.
I mean,
Zero.
what's so bad? Look what happens on CNN.
What happens on CNN?
I mean,
How did that
what I'm
come
saying?
in?
Being caught peeing on the radio, that's nothing, man. That's not a bad thing. That's
It was
just
the after show, first of all. If not even like after the after show, it was like, whatever. My Lord.
Yeah, and you could have said, well, I was just pouring a glass of tea.
Yeah.
Nobody knows. It's the radio. You should have just lied your way out of it, man.
Hey, guys.
It was
Hey, how's it going,
How you
Brent?
doing, Brent? Good to
See
hear
you
from you.
good.
Brent,
So
that
can
is
we
a
move on now,
sharp-looking picture of you, brother.
What's that?
That was a sharp-looking profile picture, man.
Which profile picture?
Well, whatever it was that you had up before you went video, and you look great too live in person. But I'm just saying that was a slick-looking profile picture, man. You look like $1 million.
I must have had somebody else's photo up.
No.
All I could think of. Yeah. So, just looking at the mess behind me here, trying to.
Brent uses extensive filters.
Yeah, exactly. God help us. Deep breath. How you guys been?
Fantastic, man. Welcome back.
It's good to be back. Thanks for letting me be your Valentine.
There you go.
That's a good point. Good point.
Yeah.
You're not wearing your Apple Vision Pro goggles tonight, man. What's up with that? You don't have a pair of those?
Apple Vision Pro goggles. No, but I have eaten an apple and I wear reading glasses. So I mean, that's
it's the same thing. It really
that's all
is.
I got. I'm just
qualified.
hopeless, guys. Totally hopeless.
No, I'm glad you don't have a pair, to be honest.
Yeah, it was just anything I wear now makes me look dated, so I try to walk around wearing nothing. So
That's
that doesn't work either.
As I was telling everybody earlier, closed optional radio. They always see what who's talking, so it's fine. Welcome to the reveal party.
It's funny. I was talking.
The
Yeah,
reveal
right.
party.
It's funny. I was talking to somebody about your show the other day, and they actually knew about the show, and they listened to the podcast. And I said, yeah. I said, I do the show, and none of the guys are on the screen, but I always am. And my friend said, why, you like to look at yourself? And I said, no, it's just I can do a radio interview where I'm holding my phone, but when I'm sitting and looking at a computer screen and talking to it, if there's not another human being there, it's like distracting. I said, so I literally put my own picture on the screen live so I can talk to myself. And
That makes sense. That makes sense.
It's what I do.
Well, it's showing that you want to be connected with people. That's really what it shows.
Yeah, that's it. I want to be connected. There we go. That sounds very positive. I like that. We'll go with that. Trying to figure out, something looks like a mess in my background, and I can't figure out what it is. So
You're fine. You're fine.
I think I've solved it. Hold on.
First blood, Rambo. Got to have that fighting spirit in you. You know what I'm saying? Especially during these days.
That improves things. All right.
So, Brent, I boosted your book on Minds, and it's got about 22,000 or so views on it, and about 70, 80 likes, and a number of comments as well saying they bought it. So I'm sorry, I didn't have my earbud in, so whatever you were saying until a moment ago, I didn't hear it. I apologize. Say again? I boosted your, I took a promotion for your book and boosted it on Minds. Oh, gosh. And thank you. Got about 20-some thousand views and, and a number of comments saying they bought it. So hopefully I made you a few bucks. Well, wow. I appreciate that. We're doing the 99-cent digital pre-sale thing for another week just on the digital book. And that helps with your Amazon ranking. It's a common thing. Everybody does it. But we got the final formatted manuscript back this morning, actually. So book goes live in about, February 26th, the book goes live. So
okay. How many books have you written?
You'll be happy to know I bought one as well.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You guys all need me to send you signed copies of it for all the support you've given me. I appreciate that.
Awesome.
That'd be cool.
How many books have you written?
This is the 7th.
30 seconds, folks. 30 seconds, and then we're live.
Okay. Hey, man, I wish you guys the best of luck in the show. Do great. I'll be listening to the whole thing.
All right.
Holler at me if you need me.
All right, here's the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello and welcome to the Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition, where we like to hang out, have fun, get into all the news, and bring in some of the most interesting people we can find. And today is no exception. Tonight we have with us Brent Hamachek from humanevents.com. Brent, how are you doing today?
I couldn't be any better. I'm happy to fill in for an interesting person to yet be named. So yeah. It's a pleasure. Oh.
Hey, I'm just happy to have you. This is probably the closest thing I'll get to a date today on Valentine's Day, so it's a pleasure to have you here.
I can't express enough sympathy for you for that. I'll try to be charming, and I don't know, maybe I'll sing you My Funny Valentine or something before the show is over.
Okay, you don't need to. We're good there.
By the way, a little
happy
bit of
Valentine's Day.
A little bit of trivia
to
for
everyone
your
listening.
Audience. Yeah, I mean, a little trivia for your audience in case they don't know. There's a Springsteen song for every. Yes, there is a Valentine's Day song. So pull it up on YouTube, tune, and there's my Springsteen tip for today.
I need to get make that a regular segment of the show. You can give us
a
Springsteen tip of the month.
Yeah, exactly. Love that.
Okay, so any concert that you've been to notable over the last month you want to get into? Because I know you're constantly kind of going to, venues and events and cleanups and.
So no, the last month has been a little bit quiet in terms of travel. I've been working on the release of my new book. Interesting. It takes more time. The time you stop writing, it takes more work from the time you stop writing to get a book ready to go than it does to actually write the book. And the work involved on the back side of it is just it's incredible. But I've had some wonderful people helping me project. I mean, I talk all the time about my Common Ground co-founder Felissa Blazek, and designed the cover for the book. She designed a lot of the content in a sense because of our work together. Stephanie Perucci at Perucci Publishing. I got to tell you, if you're somebody who's sort of associated with what I call Team Write, and you're looking to do a book and you're serious about it, and you can't go to some big publishing house, but the idea of self-publishing seems overwhelming. By the way, it should. It's very complex. And you're looking for that in-between place that can work with you. Stephanie Perucci and Perucci Publishing just couldn't be any better. And she's been a big help. And and other people along the way, from the website design that my friend Cody Peters did and others. I know it kind of bores people a little when folks do personal thank yous on an interview show, but I'm so excited about putting this thing together that if I talk about it and I don't credit the people who have helped to make it possible, then, I mean, shame on me, right? So there's my brief commercial for a few very special people, and there's more involved as well.
Well, let's get the title out there, Dissidently Speaking, and you can go to dissidentlySpeaking.com to find out more about the book, but you can also probably just listen in for the next minute or so. Brent, what's the book about?
The book is the kind of book that doesn't get written much anymore. It is a book of ideas. There's a famous story about a philosopher from the Scottish Enlightenment who was talking about ideas at a dinner table at a party, and somebody said, "You're always talking about ideas and things. It's all so boring." And he said famously, there one man named Rousseau wrote a book about ideas, and people laughed. His next book was bound with their skins. And ideas are sort of powerful things. And, ideas tend to precede weapons. Guns follow ideas. And I'm not suggesting my book will have people pick up guns. What I am suggesting is that ideas matter. And so my goal in writing this book, where I address a number of different topics from the American political structure and the dynamic of how it works, to our own individual communication patterns with other people, to our personal system ethics or lack thereof, and a variety of other things, I have shared just an awful lot of what our original ideas. I say they're original because they're mine, and people are free to disagree with them. In fact, that's fine by me. I'm not the smartest guy in the book world, but what I do hope to do is if somebody does disagree with them, they disagree with them on merit, disagree with them because they found a way to challenge them. And the whole goal of what I'm trying to do is just to simply get people to flip 2 words in the English language. I want people to stop walking around saying it is all the time. And I want them to start asking, is it? That's the goal. Very simple goal for my book. Just flip 2 words. And I believe if we could do that across the board in America, we could change the entire country overnight. Too many people walking around saying it is, right? We see it on social media all the time. Not enough people saying, is it? Right? And they don't do it when they're approached with issues in the news, and they don't do it approach the person sitting across the table from them, and they don't do it anywhere in between. So 2 words, flip those 2 words, simple goal. I'm a simple man, so I don't set high aspirational. It's just 2 words, flip them. We're good.
Okay, so we can start having more open conversations if we really question even our own core beliefs. But, being on Team Right, a lot of my core beliefs I believe pretty strongly in. And I'm guilty, of course, of, seeing things in very black and white sometimes on the other side of the aisle. It's evil. It's black, it's black or white. It's hard to find that middle ground. So how can we work together to find middle ground on areas where maybe, I don't know, is there middle ground on abortion? Is there middle ground on trans, issues?
There's
or subjects like that.
On some level, the term middle ground, and I actually address the idea of, meeting halfway, sort of. That's not the right way to look at it. The right way to look at it is not in terms really of middle ground or anything like that. The real way to look at it is, all right, here's what I think matters. What do you think matters and why? Right? And then we take what matters to ourselves, we take what matters to the other person with an understanding of why it matters. And then we say, okay, then let's try to figure out some way to address the things that matter to you most, and also do it for the things that I'm really concerned about. Let's see if there's a way to do it. And if this seems overly complex and impossible, I would suggest to you that how do relationships stay together, because that's the key to a relationship, right? You've got to say, look, this thing, one or the 2 of us isn't going to win, but we are going to try to coexist and live together. And where you particularly find it happening then outside of a personal relationship is in the business world. It happens all the time. Yeah. I know it happens for a fact because it's part of what I do for a living, is make it happen. So you get in a room filled with business people of a company that's struggling, and everybody's got a different idea, and everybody's mad and they're angry and they're at each other's throat. And you kind of say, look, if we don't come out of this room with a plan that makes sense, that we buy into and execute, you're not going to make payroll next week. And if you don't make payroll, you're out of business. And you would be surprised or not surprised at how that resonates with people when they're sitting in that room. And so as Americans, if we say, wow, this situation the country's in today isn't sustainable, okay, well, another way to say that is we're going out of business. So perhaps we ought to try to figure out a way to work through some solutions. One more point on all that. There's a mistake that we make when we think that people on the other side, on team right thinking it of team left or vice versa, when we think that somehow or other they are truly our adversaries and are truly wanting, we as team right people, the most of your audience probably, we think, oh, those team left people, they want to take away all our freedom and all of our liberty. And no, they don't. This book of mine is dedicated to 4 college students at Hope College in Michigan who stood up as liberal students and conservative students against tremendous pressure from faculty and other students and student organizations to pull out of our Common Ground campus event. And they wouldn't do it. And so what's interesting is those two liberal students who wouldn't pull out, what were they? They were dissidents. And I had this great realization. The realization was, as we sat around afterwards, enjoying food and beverage together when the event was over, these two liberal students, they didn't agree with me on a lot of policy solutions necessarily, because they're more willing to use government to solve a problem than I am. But guess what else is true? They don't want to be serfs any more than I do, any more than any member of your audience does. They've got a different idea about policies, but they're not monsters. But make no mistake, real monsters are real. And the monsters are the people that are trying to use this division between us as citizens, this fighting, this binary fighting. They're using it in a way to take control of us and to truly limit our freedom and to truly make us serfs. And we aren't victims for this. We're volunteers. We're letting them do it. And we're letting them do it because we're stuck in a paradigm that has us wanting to fight with each other all the time and thinking us against them instead of just us. But I don't feel strongly about it.
Talk about some other use cases for the term dissident. Okay, because you've sort of explained it to me in the past as being, well, I'll end my question there.
Sure. So my whole construct for creating this American dissident paradigm, which I put together immediately after January 6th back in 2021, and which wound up resonating, it turns out, by email traffic and responses and URL clicks literally all around the world, was that there is a true effort in America on the part of all sorts of different types of individuals, not conspiratorial, simply with a shared objective, to take control over our daily lives. This is as old as mankind. Almost all of human history has been spent with the many being ruled under the thumb of the few or the one. So there's nothing new about this. But they're getting better at it. And what I was pointing out is that people who believe in individual freedom in this country, more and more are finding themselves having their rights stripped away from them to participate in society the way everybody else gets to, the way people get to if they go along. What does that sound like? It sounds an awful lot like Poland in 1982, right? And so my thought was we need to start to embrace passion, the spirit, the tactics, the resolve, the persistence that we saw out of those Eastern Europeans and others over time, where we push back against the system from the inside of it, against the walls. And what I mean by that is, I'm not talking about going out and open fire on a group of congressmen playing baseball. I'm talking about using the system and pushing the system from inside of it so that it starts to break and crumble. And to do that, and by the way, that essay I wrote is in my book, rebuilt, it's expanded, it's updated. The dissident notion is that we have to understand that we're going to get in this spot overnight. We got in by well over 100 years of neglect and sort of pacifism. We're not going to get out of it without a battle, but we have to battle, right? And we have. It's like my old high school basketball coach said to me at halftime once. He said, "Hamachek, you're playing stupid. You're hustling, but you're hustling to all spots." So we're smart, and we have to hustle to the right spots. We need to do it within the system, but we have to be persistent. We have to know we're going to have to take some risk. We're going to suffer some personal loss, as I say in my book, and is in a great story inspired by my Felissa. We have to be willing to take off our shoes and run barefoot across rocks in order to be able to get our freedom back.
Yeah, that hurts.
Yeah, it does. It's a wonderful story, by the way, that it is worth buying the book just to read the Run Barefoot on the Rock story. It's a great story, and I shared it at Liberty Forum back in 2021 at a speech I gave, and the story was so compelling, I guess, that at the end of it, a gentleman came up to me. I'll share this with your audience. Came up to me in an Eastern European accent, and he said, "My name is Peter Palachek," and he said, "I was a real-life dissident in Czechoslovakia, and I was there in 1968 when the Soviets rolled in." And he said, "What you grave about being a dissident was amazing." He said, "But that story you told at the end, that story brought tears to my eyes." He said, "Because he brought it all back." Or he said the story brought it all back. And from that, we wound up doing an event with the Liberty Forum where we had 5 dissidents from 5 different countries. We had Cuba, Vietnam, the Soviet Union, East Germany, and Czechoslovakia, Peter Palachek himself. And they sat on a stage, and I moderated a conversation between people who had fought back against this sort of totalitarian oppression in their own lives, who had family members killed, people who went to jail, people who ate bowls that rats were swimming in, real people, fights, stories worse than ours. And the goal is that our story doesn't like theirs.
Governments don't mess around when it comes to down dissidents. And we can look at, say, an Owen Schroyer, for example, just basically was out in front of the Capitol on January 6th, didn't go in, member of the press, widely gets 6 months in jail for basically being a reporter on January 6th. And it's the type of thing we would expect to see from a that is really losing its morals, it's losing its, and it's scary because you were recommending we people to stand up, but at the same time, there is risk.
There is risk. You know, you can't be a neglectful parent of freedom and raise a 100-year-old totalitarian child and think that you can send it to its room for a weekend and have it be fixed. It doesn't work that way, right? So neglectful parents of liberty for 100 years. And so there's not going to be a weekend grounding care of this. This is going to involve some really, really serious work. And anybody who's ever been a parent understands.
Hello? Lost you guys. You there? See what happened.
They
okay,
looked
Brett,
at
you're
what
back.
happened
Okay.
and they thought, well, this can't last. People will come around. A lot of people believe in things like psych pendulums. I make the argument in my book that's intellectually lazy and totally nonsensical. They don't exist. And they thought it would correct itself, right? It's kind of like your kid comes home from school every night, high and drunk. And you think, well, I'm not going to say anything because he'll get better. Well, I was one of those. I didn't get better, not for a really long time. And so you've got to address it. And we didn't address it. We kept thinking it would self-correct. And it didn't. Now we're in a bad spot.
Yeah, I had, all these years of watching the government get into more and more areas where it has it's not enumerated in the Constitution that the federal government does 90% of what it does. And what is enumerated, they don't seem to want to do anymore. Southern border and the fight that Biden is having with Texas right now and Abbott down there. So, there's talk about sort of pending financial collapse that we're looking at here in the United States that isn't too many years off. And is that the thing that can maybe bring the federal government down to, hey, you guys tried being the almighty everything. Let's just go back to what's in the Constitution, nothing more, nothing less. Thank you very much. We need to cut. Is that even a possibility anywhere in the future? See a miracle like that occur?
Well, sure. Here in this sense. So the United States as a landmass isn't going anywhere, right? I mean, people invest in real estate for a reason, right? They know that the plot of land at the corner of 4th and Main is always going to be there. The question is, when they invest in real estate, is what will the highest and best use of that piece of real estate at the corner of 4th and Main continue to be? And will it be for a retail store? Or will it be for a condo development or a commercial office building? Or will it be a parking lot? So the United States as a landmass isn't going anywhere. And that means our country in some shape, manner, or form is going to continue, right? We're here. But then the question is, what is it going to look like? So England today isn't the England of 1065, and it's closer to the England maybe of 1066, but it's not the England it's been. It's very different, right? But it's still there. And it's taken many shapes and forms in terms of amount of liberty, amount of control, the monarchy, all these things, right, over centuries, over a millennia. So we're going to continue to be here. We could completely and totally crash, and the real estate will still be here. And then it's a question of, what do we do with it? And how much of the building, how much of the structure, how much damage to the property can avoid? You know, thing on this. You got me all fired up tonight, by the way, right?
It's all right. It's all right. We got about 3.5 minutes to break, so go ahead.
So, you know, when I talk about the issues and the problems of facing America, you know, some people will say, you know, with all these problems, why do you and Felicity even work on these programs with young people? You know, why do you do it? And I always say the same thing. It's like, look, if I'm a pilot of an airplane and I've got 300 on board and I find out I'm not going to make it to the runway, I've got two choices. Nosedive that airplane directly into the ground and crash and burn and kill everybody on the plane. Or I can look out the window, look for the best possible place to land, use my skills to put the plane down, and try to help as many surviving souls as possible. So our program and people that are doing things to try to reach young people with a positive message, we're trying to land the plane, and we're trying to minimize the number of casualties, and we're trying to hope that we have enough survivors that out of the triage, they can help. And, you know, there's no specifics to that. It's just a sense you have of wanting to do your part to help land the plane.
Yeah, it's not the best option, but it is the option before us. So we kind of have to, you know, come together at some point, like you say. Is it? Not it is, but is it? And
right.
Realize that there is common ground. I said middle ground before, but it's common ground, isn't it? We'll get to that in the next segment. But
right. Hey, a real quick
segue.
Yeah, before we go to break, I want to make sure you mentioned January 6th. I just wanted to say my dear friend Tamara Lee is working on a book about that I think will be really very good. It's a different angle that anyone has taken and be out sometime later this year. And so a little hat tip to her and her work, because she's been really involved in that process, as have so many others been, in trying to shine light on what's been going on.
Yeah, it's shocking how much secrecy everything around January 6th, and from not releasing video, just on and on. Even the January 6th committee is accused of destroying documents.
Right. Accused of it because they did it. Right. So, well, welcome to the Soviet Union in 1936. That's where we're sitting right now.
We're kind of there, aren't we? It's getting to a point where I don't recognize this country today. It's the federal government. I recognize the land, like you were saying, a few more houses and whatnot, but the land's the same. It's just the federal government is night and day different from what it was when I grew up. Heck, even local police, everything.
It's true. We're on a highway to hell. Not a Springsteen song, by the way, but he did a brilliant cover of it in Australia a few years. Pick that up on YouTube.
Ooh. That's aggressive to go to Australia and start covering AC/DC, but
it was great. It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Excellent. Folks, we've got with us tonight Brent Hamachek, the one and only, from humanevents.com, also dissidentlyspeaking.com. Check out his new book. It is on pre-release right now. I encourage everyone to go get it now while it's on pre-release, dissidently.com, dissidentlyspeaking.com. I think it's 99 cents for the next week or so. So get it now. Read it when it comes out. So we're going to go to break. We'll be right back after this.
And we're on radio break.
All right. Great job, man, as always.
I don't know about as always, but yeah, look, these are fun topics for me. I enjoy talking about it, and I'm just really committed. It's funny, just as we talk off air, that spent so much of my time early on always seeming to fight for things, and then I spent time, working with Turning Point, trying to teach others to fight. And now as I move into the winter of life in my final day, I'm just trying to get people to think so they don't have to fight. And so it's a whole long life migration, right, that go through.
Minimalizing the casualties, that's a good philosophy these days.
Mm-hmm. That's right. In fact, that exact line is in my book. It's one of the 5 key points I introduce in the introduction of it. I give people a list of 5 things I want them to really focus on, and one of them is, if you believe in individual liberty, we need cons, not casualties, right? So we need ways to be persuasive and engaged, not combative. This isn't, it says change the words, change the war on the cover of my book, and Felicity came up with that subtitle. And it's a great subtitle because people say, what do you mean change the war? So, well, we're in a war right now. You can tell inside this country we're at a war with one another. We change our language, we'll change it. And, it seems like almost self-evident to me, right? So at least what I found is the subtitle's intriguing and generates questions and conversation, which is what you want to have.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you can get people to think, then they can be educated. And if they are educated, then you can minimize the casualties. Perhaps maybe we can get people to say, hey, we don't want to have these wars anymore. There's just too many casualties.
Yeah.
And Barry, you are almost always muted when we have Brent on. If you want to stick with us through the next half hour, feel free. Especially if you have any specific questions you want to ask him.
Gosh,
I'm just enjoying listening, but yeah, I'll come in and it's gives me food for thought for the next couple of hours as well.
Yeah.
But we've talked about minimizing the casualties here on the Censorship Sucks show as well. Both CS and I have, because we realize, man, that may be the best that we can do for right now because we're in the process of turning the tide.
Yeah.
We are.
We do what we can.
Right. And so it's interesting. We say we're in the process of turning the tide, and it doesn't mean we aren't, by the way. But I just got like a news headline this morning, breaking news that Democrats took over control in Pennsylvania in a special election. And what does that mean? It means less to me than a lot of people, because everybody thinks elections are everything, right? But what it does mean is that we can't pin hopes just on 2-year cycles and this year's presidential race or all these things. Our problems are so institutionalized and so structure built at this point. And the chapters in my book is devoted entirely to showing. So I do a whole chapter on the breakdown nationally what's going on, this team structure that I created 10 years ago, and I've updated all that. But then the next chapter is about what's going on individually. Why is individual communication breaking down the way it is? And I really pull it apart in detail, and I'm just trying to get people to read what I write and say, okay, well, he's mostly crazy, but that one thing that he said, maybe I could do better with that, and it's kind of like that. It's in that spirit where I just want to get scratching their chin like I'm doing right now, guy, and maybe thinking differently.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that are riding the fence right now too that really are kind of undecided, politically about a lot of the different issues and so forth, or maybe even freedom for that matter. And I feel like those people are definitely people that we can reach, probably more so than those on the far left, although we can reach them as well, and we should try. They, have an olive branch extended to us. But I think that there's a big number of people that just made any kind of decision about a lot of different things.
We're getting close, guys. Big shout out to Finster over on Rumble. And get ready for a countdown. 3, 2, 1, and you're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. And Brent, I was reminded of a recent author that we had on the show who writes sort of sci-fi, space operas.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about the accompanying video games. And and while Barry was talking in the a commercial, I was thinking about what the video game for your book would look like. The guy goes and you try to convince somebody and then you run. And
right. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you could do with it with a video game, but it would have to involve lots of choices, lots of questions before the choice, and then making the choice after asking the questions, and then I don't know. And then if you choose badly, you have to stop and think about why did I choose that way and how could I choose differently.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm really set up for a video game, but perhaps I'm sort of a mind twister, I guess. I don't know.
Have you seen any coverage of the Alex Jones video game that just came out recently?
I'm familiar with it. I haven't seen any coverage of it. So,
well, I assumed you haven't played it, so I'm just wondering if you've seen anyone else play it or any highlights from it. It's been very interesting to watch. It's funny, man. He's just running through and he blurts out all these crazy things, as he's running around, and it's like an old time shooter game, but it's just really funny, and I think we can pull it off. I think we can pull it off for dissonantly speaking, the game.
That's pretty clever. Sounds like a well-designed game for Alex Jones. But if you're my age and you play a video game, it's kind of like being my age and walking into some sort of adult dance club. The first thing you get if people see you is laughter, right? So there's just some things you can't do at my age. So exotic dance clubs and video games, they don't work.
Yeah. Okay, so you were talking about a couple of the chapters in your book and how you built out sort of a grassroots organization around the country. Can I ask you a little bit about that? Because that sounded very interesting to me.
So, the chapters that are you talking about what we discussed during the break?
Yeah.
So
just to get into that a little bit more.
Yeah. So there's two chapters in the book that the first two. The introduction, by the way, an introduction that's like 8,000 words long. So when you sit down to read the introduction, set aside a couple of minutes. But the first of the chapters deals with division that's taking place in the country at what I'll sort of call the macro level. So let's say it's sociological. And the second chapter behind it is the exact same thing, only it's on the individual level. So let's call it micro or psychological. And all I'm trying to do is to offer to people who take a look at what's going on, either when they watch the news or when they sit at their own dinner table. I want to try to help them think about what's going wrong. And it's okay if they disagree with my construct of it. That's okay. But I want them to think about it, not just say, wow, the country's really divided. I want them to say, why? And I want them to think about it in a different way of, well, because there's all those liberals out there that, they just want to, punish us and take our freedom. No, that's not it. At least that's the argument. Sides, the characterizations they have of the other are, I think that people, when they use the term right and left, are using sloppy language they can't defend. I prove that and I prove it every time I speak about this topic publicly, just by showing some slides, some questions, tie the audience in knots and minutes. So there's no such thing as right wing and left wing. They don't exist. Just pejorative terms. And so I want them to think about it differently. And then I want them to think of their own interactions differently. And I don't just want them to think about other people differently. I want them to think about themselves differently. I want them to say, what am I doing here? I've mentioned times, and we've talked about my partner so many times on the show, but I write in the acknowledgments of my book impact that working with Felissa on our different programs had on me. Because as I say there, I think with a limp, right? I sort of had this, I leaned to what I said is the right. And what I've come to understand over time, what she has helped me come to understand so much through our work together, is that this way we have of looking at things from our own biased perspective really truly does cloud how we process facts and how we process other people. So it's not just what's going on in the country, and it's not just what's going on with the person across the table from us. It's what's going on inside ourselves. It's how we are behaving, how we are approaching other people, right? And so I've become, I think, nobody's perfect. I'm sure as hell as far from it as you can get, but I've certainly become better. And a big part of that is just sort of changing a thought process, right? And being willing to say, is it? I ask, is it? All the time. And I don't say it is much anymore, but I'm constantly asking, is it?
Interesting. So, by the way, folks, tonight's guest is Brent Hammack from humanevents.com, humanevents.com, also Dissidently Speaking. We're talking about his new book, dissidently-speaking.com. Well, Dissidently Speaking is the book, .com is the website, of course. But
right.
Yeah, it's been fascinating. I also want to quickly introduce everyone. Bullhorn Barry is with us here in the room, and he's going to pop in here if he has anything to say. How you doing, Barry?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. Just taking all this stuff in, man. The questions, why the divide, and all of that kind of stuff. It's good stuff, man. And it's got me thinking, because I'm pretty set in my ways, like you were saying as well. But I like being challenged, and generally when I'm challenged like that, I wind up taking a kernel of truth that I can embrace for myself. And that's why I like to hear sort of as many diverse opinions that are sensible, reasonable and logical.
Yeah.
Because then I can implement them into my rhetoric as well, at the level that I see it as being true.
Well, I'm as people on your show know from previous appearances, I'm a good old fashioned drunk, right? And recovery guy. And so we have a lot of great expressions in recovery. And one of them is take what you like and leave the rest behind. And so when somebody shares at a meeting, they've got their 5-minute story they throw out there, and people in the room will sit and listen, and they'll say, wow, well, that's nothing like me. That's nothing like me. And then they'll say, oh, wow, what he just said, man, can I relate to that? So to some extent, that's all I'm trying to do with this book is to get people to hear ideas that I've constructed over time, whether through observation or with the help of others, whatever it is. And they can take those ideas and whatever they like, they can take them. If what they don't like, they can leave the rest behind. My only request is that they contemplate all of them, right? And, and I put my email address right there in the pages of the book. It's not just on the cover. It's in the pages of the book. And I tell people, if there's something in here that, you don't like, want to, write me a note, right? And write it respectfully, write it in a way that engages the disagreement intelligently, but challenge me, just challenge me. I love that. Because if you're challenging me on merit, it means you're thinking on merit. So do that. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to kind of first of all, do you have any questions specifically for Brent before we dive into a couple of news stories?
I was just going to say, you were talking about why the divide, and there's no left and there's no right and so forth. And I'm not sure that I totally agree with that, but it got me thinking to, like, who really is the guilty party behind this? I see the left as more of a response to social engineering and fake news propaganda. So when I'm looking at guilt, I'm not saying, all these people on the left are completely guilty, because I fully understand they've been socially engineered. They've been somewhat brainwashed by the propaganda. And so I put much more blame on the fake news media, on the schools, the education system, just, the outsiders that are massaging and manipulating the minds of very vulnerable people who like you said, if we could just get people to think again, that'd be great, because they're not even teaching people in the education system how to critically think anymore. So our job, the task that is set before us, is huge. It's enormous.
Well, the job before us is enormous, and so I'm smiling for your audience that can't see me. Picture a smile on an old face that has too many wrinkles anyway. But I'm smiling because everything that you just mentioned, it's all addressed in the book, and in that first chapter where I talk about what I call team right and team left. And so let me partially address what you said and tease people, and maybe they'll pre-order a book for 99 cents and before the price goes up. We have two teams in this country, and each team has platoons on it. For simple illustration, the pro-choice platoon is on team left, and the pro-life platoon is on team right. And what we have is oppositional platoon structures, and those platoons and their formation in this left-right division. I actually take you through the entire history of it from the French Revolution forward, not ours. That's not where it started. It started with the French Revolution. And so how we broke into this binary team structure, how these platoons formed, and how they is all laid out within the book. And so, my thought is, when you say you don't necessarily agree with it, I love that. What I want to do is, hopefully between this month's show and next month's show, book will be out. And if you have a chance, at least read that chapter 1, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about what part of the construct you don't agree with and why. And then we can have that conversation, right? In fact, at the end of each chapter of my book, by the way, this is my publisher's idea, Stephanie Perucci. We have a questions at the end of every chapter, and little lines that people can write on in the book. Not if you have the digital one, by the way, don't write on your screen with a Sharpie. But if you got the paper version, you can write your answers. And one of the things I say is, are there platoons that you think exist that I haven't identified? I'm begging people to disagree or think further or challenge it. That's all I want. So I look forward to a good conversation about that very topic next month. That'd be fun.
Well, there's always been differences between the left and the right. I think that the main thing that's the difference that I myself have the biggest problem with, and I would feel the same way if it was coming from the right more predominantly. It still does come from the right some, but predominantly from the left. That is this sort of totalitarian, forceful way of pushing their agenda. I don't have a problem with the left having their opinions and their viewpoints whatsoever, we should be able to come together and have civil discourse. But because they have the way or the highway mentality, we can't really have that until that wall is broken down.
So the issue I would take with that, and the reason why I see it differently, is that again, I don't ever use the terms right and left. I only use team right and team left, because the terms right and left don't mean anything. They're directional terms that the directions don't exist. And again, I walk through that in the book. Here's why I see it differently. When I sat down at Hope College back in November with these two students at the end of the night who were on team left, those two young, brilliant, courageous students don't want to impose their will upon me any more than anybody on team right might, that you would think is more freedom loving. They do have a different view about how to use government to address problems. They like to see government used more. I like to see it used less. We could work through this. In fact, they did it on stage in front of the audience earlier that night. But I would suggest to you that Mitch McConnell is every bit the totalitarian that Chuck Schumer is. On some level, he's worse because he tries to portray himself as being otherwise.
Oh, absolutely.
So these are extraordinarily evil people. I've said this on the show, but I assume that nobody listens to me. I mean, you have to be crazy, so I'll say it like it's for the first time. If we take this that we call totalitarianism and we give it a shape, let's give it the shape of an obelisk. Imagine that inside that obelisk, at the base, people that actively want to take away our individual, they want to control us. That's not Harley and Yona, by the way, from Hope College. They don't. Now, that's a strong force determined to harm us and control us. But as you up through that obelisk, scattered up to the top, are all sorts of people that are inside of that totalitarian obelisk, but they're not on the base level of it. They're kind of floating around. They're going along with it. They're not thinking much about it. They don't maybe realize that the policies they support, or the people that maybe there's another agenda. They don't want to harm others, but they're going along a bit. Now, there's two ways physically to topple an obelisk. One is to push very hard against the base of it with enough force and enough people to actually generate the momentum to tip it over. The other way to do it is to throw some sort of a grappling hook around the top of it and pull it down towards you. But there's a third way to topple the obelisk, and that's to push and pull at the same time. And what I'm suggesting is that as Americans and as dissidents, we need to know when to push and we need to know when to pull. And if we know when to do both, we can topple this thing better and faster, because we'll be using the right kinds of forces complementing one another.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is amazing. Good stuff. I wanted to get into a couple pieces of news with you, though, because it's just too good to pass up while we got you here. I want to get your opinion on this HER report that came out the other day. That basically said Biden, yeah, he's guilty of holding and mishandling classified documents, has been for years, but he's basically just a little too senile to go up on trial, right? He would be perceived as a, nice, well-meaning old guy who doesn't quite know he's there, right?
Right.
And so it brings up the fact, how can we let this guy sit in office if he's not mentally competent to stand trial?
I think that report, which I've not read all 300 some odd pages of, but I've read chunks of it, and I've certainly read the pertinent parts. I think it's one of the most extraordinary documents that's ever been produced in this country by any kind of investigation. I mean, think of the magnitude of what he said. And that a sitting president can't be charged for an obvious crime because he's too sympathetic to the jury as a confused old man. And we all have to take this in for a minute. And I'm always fascinated by the stuff that people don't necessarily talk about, little weird things. So we know that he didn't sit sequestered in a white room, soundproof, the whole bit, write that whole report, and then file it, right? We know other people worked on it. We saw it. We know that before it came out, it was looked at, discussed, all of that. And what we'll never know is what were the conversations internally about releasing that report. And I think it's fascinating. And you know that on your show many times I've said that I did not believe that Biden will be on the ballot in November. And I stand by that. And I've also said that sometime leading right up to the convention, there'd have to be some moment in time where the press would maybe completely turn or start to turn. They'd have to lay the groundwork somehow for having him step aside, either at or just before the convention. And I think this was probably that. I have no knowledge, but I've got to believe, knowing that people other than the author were looking at that report before it was released, they sat back and they said, do we want to do this now? Is this the right way to do this? Is this too much? Is it enough? Can we tip the scales on this guy to get him out? I think the whole calculation was about how it helps them come convention time, not about anything else. I think it's a political report.
And I will note that Hillary Clinton, what they came out and said, no reasonable prosecutor would bring these charges. She did it, she's guilty, but no reasonable prosecutor, right? Biden, he's too senile. One way or another, though, he just can't, he can't be tried. Donald Trump, full speed ahead. get them, prosecute them. No hesitance. Let's go, get them. So it definitely shows a double standard. 3 presidential candidates, 3 results depending on how they stand. But yeah, and I also want to bring up Mayorkas because he was impeached yesterday by a margin of 1 vote, and that's in 150 years, I think, since that happened last. So, is it significant? Does it lay the groundwork that yes, this can be done and maybe done to Biden as to Biden as well?
Well, my short answer to that, to the disappointment of many, probably is no. I think it's insignificant. I think it doesn't mean much of anything. He can't be convicted, so it was a symbolic act. Symbolic acts are really interesting things, right? So because you say, okay, you did a symbolic act. Who's watching? What does the symbol mean? And what's it going to cause to happen? That actually does matter, right? So he's not going to be removed from office. He's not going to be. And so you could say, well, the Republicans are doing that to show their base they mean business. I don't know. I think that the United States Congress, under both its immediate past and present Speaker of the House leadership, has shown the constituents of the Republican Party they mean anything but business, except business as usual. So they totally cave on spending and the budget and the debt ceiling. They just cave, and then they say, but we're gonna impeach Mayorkas. Okay, whatever. He's going to work tomorrow. And he's going to go to work right till the end of Biden's term and maybe beyond if somebody else from his party is elected. So, symbolic acts are just exactly that. So there's the symbol. Then the question has to be from what the symbol? I would argue in this case, nothing.
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 I saw a report that the Senate is required to do some sort of the proceedings over at least a 2-day period, and they're trying to figure out how to do it in 1 day. The entire Senate proceedings on this. 1 day, done.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't matter. It really just doesn't matter. I mean, by the way, you could make an argument Mayorkas not only should be removed from office, you could make an argument that perhaps he ought to be taken out back. I'm not making that argument, by the way, folks. Don't have the FBI show up at my doorstep.
Yeah, we could. We're not, but we could.
Hypothetically, you could make the argument. Look, what the man has done is a disgrace. Understand, the man couldn't have done it without the support of everyone around him in the Biden administration, or he'd been fired. He'd been like, hey, buddy, this whole thing you're doing down at the border, it's not working, man. We got a million people coming in today, and you're fired, right? No, nobody fired him. So I would suggest he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. So he's guilty. They're guilty. They're all guilty. The whole trial's where Al Pacino would say. There's not much that can be done about it until come November. We'll see what happens.
Exactly. They're not even going to bring forth any evidence, nothing. I mean, they'll probably give the prosecution, i.e. the House committees, about, an hour to put their case together. And then they already know it. He's doing exactly what they want. So case dismissed, next. And good luck, because there is no next,
Right. If this were a movie, he might be convicted in the Senate. Because when you have a movie, the writers get to do something incredible. And the writers get to do something that why does the audience long to see it? Because in real life, they never get to see it. So the guy writing the movie would maybe have the Senate miraculously vote 100-0 to convict him. And the audience would scream, justice at last. This isn't a movie, folks. It's real life. And it's not happening. And it's just, again, a symbolic act that leads to nothing.
And sadly, on that note, we're pretty much out of time with you this month, Brent. Brent Hamachek from humanevents.com. Go check out Human Events if you're not familiar with it. Humanevents.com. Also the Post Millennial. And also check out dissidently-speaking.com to pre-order a copy of Brent's upcoming book. Brent, thank you so much for coming by.
Always a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll see you very soon. Everyone else, we're going to go to break, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes.
All right, we're on radio break.
All right.
All right, guys. Hope that
Great
was
job, man.
Always.
Great
Always.
job.
was lot of fun. I really always appreciate it. Enjoy this a lot. I look forward to it every month. I really do.
Fantastic. So do we. Yeah.
Yep. Appreciate
Totally.
your altruism and your honesty and forthrightness, man. It's definitely something we need more of.
It's something you don't
Well,
see every day.
I'm nothing if not direct, I guess. So anyway, but hopefully with a smile that your audience, of course, can't see. Do me a favor, when the show goes up, send it. We're going to put this on the book website.
Oh, awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
All right?
Yeah.
All right. We'll be definitely will. And hey, it was happy Valentine's Day to you, buddy.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Listen to the Springsteen song. It's a great one.
Are we all
right.
single?
Right.
Except for Mark? Are you single?
Yeah, I'm single.
No, just
What are you
just
what are you
aspiring.
talking about?
Expiring.
Except for Mark.
I'll see you guys later.
All right, man.
Bye.
All right.
Well,
The great.
Always
went well.
with some challenging words, man. Always.
yeah. And a spot on his website. That's fantastic.
That's awesome.
Oh, you're not kidding, man. Yeah.
I wonder if you would want us to edit out the first hour or just send him the whole thing.
What do you mean? You mean that first half hour?
No, the first hour,
edit,
just like
edit
chop that up
only
into
his
one.
portion out. If he wants
what?
that, I could do that for him.
I imagine he's going to need to do
But
it.
I imagine he's got teams of people that would do it. Clip it out real easy. I mean, you know,
Probably.
That's
he's
probably
like,
true as well.
you know,
Yeah.
for me, it'd probably be, instead of getting it out on Thursday, I would probably get it out on Thursday and then the clip, that first hour out, probably Friday.
Well, I could do it in an hour.
Well,
Just-
I
I
mean,
just have to
I
play
just
it and record
don't,
it.
you know, the time thing, you know, with kids and Nat all going to be around me tomorrow.
Hey, you're the one who had kids, okay?
Yeah. Well, you know,
Not in my
soccer
head.
team, you know, baseball team. I got the whole lineup, but no replacements for the. I'm screwed if I need a new pitcher. Well, no, I'm the pitcher. I'm looking for a good catcher.
It is beautiful in here today.
Oh, dude, it was 70 degrees and no chemtrails today. 2 days in a row with no chemtrails. So they'll probably start chemtrailing us tomorrow because
Hint,
usually they
Cecilia.
don't go more than a couple
Anyways.
days without chemtrails.
Anyway,
What's that?
I said, hint, Cecilia.
What about Cecilia? She talk about the chemtrails?
She's breaking my heart.
Oh, yeah. Cecilia. I like the name Cecilia. I like the S's in her
Yeah,
name.
and we have Sinfernal Gaming in the Kick Chat. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it.
Yo, whippers.
Yeah, leave some comments. What'd you guys think of
Yeah.
that? That was a pretty spicy interview there, man.
Yeah.
That was, man. Hey, if you want to keep talking about sort of what he was talking about there at the end, I don't know if you have any more opinions. I have some, so. that's up to
Cecilia, can you...
Yeah, no. I would just let him talk. We didn't talk at all, you know. So, yeah, let's get right back into the whole Joe Biden thing. We could do a half hour just on that.
Sure.
Cecilia,
America's
give
all that.
Sinfernal Gaming a shout for me, please. I got my hands full here real quick. I know he hears us. They hear us over the air, but, you know, hey, give a quick shout out on the chat deal, please. Or Marco.
All right, man. I'm going to
DJ.
take a quick break, get some water on. We got about, 5 more
All right.
minutes?
We got
5
about
more minutes?
4.5
maybe.
minutes, and we'll be back.
4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes? Yep, something like that.
I
You
feel
know
like,
how
though,
that works.
He was on fire tonight, though, man. I really enjoyed listening to what he had to say, even though I probably agreed with 75%. Maybe 20 out of that 25%, maybe I could be persuaded. I don't know, but he made some really good points that made me think about some things. You know, I'm he's negative about some things I'm positive about. I'm positive about some things he's negative about. So it's kind of weird, which is just, I think, it's just a perceptual thing. You know what I mean? Perception, how he, like, I think this symbolic victory is a big victory. I really do. I think it's a big thing.
Yeah.
And I tell you why. But anyway, I'm going to get some water.
Okay. Yeah, everyone out there, buy that book. I cannot wait to read it and have him back on in a month, because it'll be a whole nother conversation.
If you post the link in the chat, I can copy and paste it into the other chats.
It's dissidently-speaking.com. Here, let me.
Yeah, I don't always spell good.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I know.
I like copy and hyperlinks. You know what I'm saying? It's like a good thing.
DISSIDENTLY, by the way. And I'm going to put it in chat. Oh, shit. I can't do that from here. I got to go into this phone. Bear with me. I'm going to make some clicking sounds here. My haptic feedback.
Finster's been listening to us over on Rumble. You know Finster from over on Minds?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, man?
I remember that. Now, I'm not on Minds very much because I'm not on social media very often, but when I do go over, I do see him.
When you do drinkofminds.com,
yeah,
you do like to go over and see him.
Yeah, I
it's
see
not very
the
often
posts.
that I drinkofminds.com.
Drinkofminds.com.
But when I do, sounds like a commercial, man.
Oh, God, man.
Or a meme.
Yeah.
And don't worry, we love memes
Okay, you
too.
are seconds away.
If you're in a chat that can post memes, please
link,
do. We love those as well. And if they're good, I might even add them to the stream.
So that link is in our chat now.
You sure about that? Because I didn't get a blink on that. It did flash me.
I see it at 5:02.
Okay, hold on. Might have to wait until I get we can come back. That way I can check.
Maybe I can try sending it straight to you as well.
No, it'll be fine. We're gonna be. Let me just check it here. Now I see it.
Okay, I did both.
Okay.
Put it in the chat and send it straight to you.
Okay. Sometimes because I'm restreaming the chat to OBS, it makes it a little slower. So yeah. Nope, don't see it yet, but it will come up, I'm sure. Anyways, I got to get back here to the time because we got about 30 seconds and we will be live.
All right.
On the radio side. Then.
Are you ready, CS?
I am. Are you?
I am. Of course I am, man.
Let's get this party started.
It's the three of us, man. It's awesome. I love it. With three great minds. Well, two at least.
And here it comes. Here comes your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition. I'm here tonight with Bullhorn Barry. Barry, what did you think of Brent?
Man, he was on fire tonight, wasn't he? He just makes me want to
break out the bullhorn, man. I'm ready to go. Let's go.
Can you feel it?
Now, you said you agreed with about 75% of what he said. What are some of the things you disagreed with?
Well, I think that the victory with the impeachment is a big deal. And I'll tell you why I think that, because it's optics. And we, the people, need to see at least our congressmen, at least some of them, doing something. And that in return will motivate us. Because a lot of people say, well, man, I'm tired of churning my wheels because Congress never does anything. Well, seeing that optic that they took something, even though it's symbolic, that will motivate we the people. So I think that's a big deal. And it may not be measurable, but it's still big nonetheless. It's sort of like we've talked about before. This thing is a Jenga puzzle that we're just pulling out the pieces one by one, you know, and it's like a piñata. We're hitting the piñata, and every little victory is rattling that piñata to where eventually it's going to explode open. And you know, we are turning the tide. It's a wide ship that we're turning, which means, you know, it could take a while before we even start headed to the shore, right? Because it's a big ship. The ship is America. We're trying to turn the ship around. So yeah, we're still in the process of turning the tide, but it's going to take a while. And one of the things that I also just kind of disagreed with was, you know,
wait a minute. You just said you want to turn it towards the shore. Do you want to run America aground? Is that what you're saying?
No, just get it on dry land. Metaphorically, you know what I'm speaking in metaphorically.
You want to make sure it goes to the dock, not aground.
I don't want to be on
yeah.
America.
We're going to the docks. We're not going to run aground, right?
Ships are at home, Barry.
Focus.
Well, you know, it's all how you view the metaphor, right? I guess you could view it in a variety of ways. But no, it's good. It's good that you clarified. It's good that you clarified.
Yeah. You were saying the second thing, though?
You know, just this whole idea that there's no left and right kind of thing. And he was saying that these people don't want to take away our freedoms. He was using those two people as an example. But I would argue the very fact that they're not, and he did agree that they weren't doing really, they were going along with this totalitarianism. They weren't saying anything about it. Well, by default, that makes them just as guilty. And let me give you the example. Yeah. When Bush Jr. was the president, and I was a Republican, I stood against his tyrannical policies, and so did many others. And so they have to do the same thing, or they're just like the enemy. You know what I'm saying? They need to turn around. They need to stand. Look, that comes down to what he was saying, which I do agree with, is we have to re-educate these people. Re-educate these people to think. That's what I mean by re-educate them. Enable them to start thinking for themselves again, because obviously they're not thinking for themselves. Obviously. Otherwise, they would stand against the tyranny. They would stand against, because it could turn on them eventually. It's Republicans today, conservatives and Christians and libertarians, but tomorrow it's the left. So they, just by nature alone, should be standing against any form of totalitarianism. But the very fact that they went along with it, even though they may not agree with it, shows them just to be almost as equally guilty as those that are the actual totalitarians. So I would disagree with him on that. But then again, I mean, I need to read his first chapter of his book and give him a fair shot. Maybe he can convince me. I'm open. I'm open-minded.
Now, have you gone to Dissidently Speaking yet and purchased the book or pre-ordered it for 99 cents?
Well, at 99 cents, man, there's no excuse not to purchase it.
That's what I'm saying. No
Exactly.
excuse. And, reading it is always the next level. But, once you have it in your inventory, at least now it's barking at you to read it every day. And, I know for a fact I'll get through it. It might take me a little bit, but I'll get through it. And I, only by next month when we have him on again. And I really think that that's going to be one of our best shows we've ever done with him. If we both have that book on our, really can come out.
Sure.
In fact, we might even have to book 2 hours with him at that point,
Exactly.
Happy to do it because now we can really just dive into the meat and potato, really go deep on that. I've looked forward. It was fun. We had ENIGMA on a couple weeks ago, another author who totally different genre, but it's interesting to see how they both sort of thought processes work. They're both very intelligent people.
Oh, absolutely, man. And they're both fighting for freedom, and that's hey. We all have different methods. We all have different processes and thought processes and all that kind of stuff. Like I said to him in the break, man, it's nice seeing his honesty, his forthrightness, his altruism. And at the end of the day, man, it's nice to be able to, I mean, if we can't talk with, people that we have common ground with, forget talking with people that we have no common ground with. So I give him props, and I give you props, and I give Mark props. I mean, there's been times where I've said things that I'm pretty sure a lot of people disagreed with, but I'm allowed to say it, and people are allowed to sort of digest it or partially digest it or reject it in its entirety. That's what it is all about, is civil discourse. And that's what I was thinking about this when he was talking. He provokes you to think. That's a good thing. And the whole civil discourse thing is to get to the most ultimate truth. And we may not reach the ultimate truth, but the closest thing to the ultimate truth we can get. That's why you got to have all these diverse opinions, so that the best ideas, the best ultimate truth gets to be embraced. Otherwise, if you don't have a myriad of opinions, you're probably not going to get to the truth very often. That's just logical.
Yep. And it's hard to find that truth, because what even is the truth, I mean, we all say, yeah, Joe Biden's senile. You go on Morning Joe and they say he's the sharpest guy in the room. Well, the fact of the matter is the truth is somewhere in between there. It's a spectrum. The guy's not completely bananas. I mean, he's pretty darn close. He certainly wouldn't want to get on a debate stage with anyone at this point, or clearly, because it's free advertising to 100 million people, he would never do a Super Bowl interview.
Right.
With CBS, a softball interview. So those are off the table.
Oh, yeah.
But where is he really, I mean, I've seen very senile people. I don't think he's at that level. He's just not all there,
Well, like the U2 song says, some days are better than others. That's the way I would imagine it is with Joe Biden. Some days he probably can't tie his own shoes, and that's why they keep him kind of in the cave, so to speak, or in the basement.
Yeah, and that's the problem with scheduling anything like that. You just don't know what kind of day that's going to be. Right?
Oh, yeah, imagine working around that.
Yeah, like suddenly... today's a good day. Let's get him on some show real quick while we can. Who wants to talk to? Like, it's easy to go get him on The View for 10 minutes. When he's having a good
East
day.
Palestine.
Yeah, boy, he's going to be welcome there, isn't he?
I don't know that he would want to come after this period of time, but hey, they say he's going to do it. That's what I heard. Maybe he already has. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it in the news. But do you know anything on that?
He was supposed to. And I'm sure it's just a matter of him showing up and, talking for maybe 4 minutes into a teleprompter and hands and then leaving as quick as possible. But to the matter that they sent all those hundreds of billions to Ukraine while he toured, Pennsylvania, is a real issue for him. That is a swing state, one that he is losing by all accounts at this point. Trump is up big in most of the swing states. So, Biden's going to find himself having to try to fight for New Jersey at this rate. I would say New York, but look at that election last night. We had Santos is his name?
Yeah.
That we kicked out of the Congress. Kicked him out for alleged crimes. No convictions, no nothing. Just allegedly he did some things. So the Republicans turned on him and kicked him out. What did they get in return? A House seat that flipped to a Democrat last night.
I know.
So
shameful.
Good for them. Good for them. What was accomplished there when there are other people in the Congress who have been, what's the guy's name who had the gold bars from Egypt? Menendez, maybe?
Yeah, there's some dirty players on the left, man, and they just at least they stick with their people. The left sticks with their people. They don't turn on them.
Yeah, the right doesn't know how to do that at all. They just cave at every level. It's humiliating. It's humiliating. Really even with Mayorkas, 3 or 4 that didn't vote to impeach him, and that's a shame. Why? He's clearly in dereliction of his job. The Department of Homeland Security. We created that after 9/11 to prevent future terrorist attacks. Look what Mayorkas is doing with that agency. He's turned it on Americans. Turned it on red-blooded, born and true Americans, and opened the borders. You name it. If you go to church, you're on some list. If you own a gun, you're on a list. Thump the Bible, you get on a list. They're at war with the American people and opening up the borders for anybody who wants to come here, giving them money, giving them housing, giving them health insurance, work permits, you name it, so that they can as quickly as possible turn them into voting. I don't even want to say citizens.
Machines.
Voters.
Voting machines.
Voters. Yeah, because they're too new to the American way to look past the fact that these are the guys that are giving us all the money, and these guys don't want us here, so let's vote for the guys giving us the money. Pretty simple stuff.
Yeah. Well,
but they don't realize.
You're not gonna bite the hand that's feeding you and that made everything happen for you.
Yeah, but they don't realize that that's the course that will take America to the levels of the countries they're fleeing from. Before you know it, we're going to be no better than Venezuela. Venezuela fell from grace fast. It was one of the richest countries in the world per capita, and it fell to what it is today, which is one of the poorest countries in the world, because they picked socialism. They went with socialism, and it didn't work. It hasn't worked, and now they get 99% victories for was it Maduro? Is that the president's name of Venezuela? I forget, but you know, the guy wins by 99% now because there's not free and fair elections. All they have to do is throw their opponent in jail, and off you go. You win every election. Kick them off the ballot, 99%. There we go. How is that any different than what we're seeing here in the United States? We are a banana republic. Yeah. The number one candidate for president of the United States is facing nearly 1,000 years in jail. And look at Fani Willis. That case is apparently Trump is going to go to her arraignment tomorrow, or her trial, whatever it is.
Yeah, that'll be awesome.
And just sit in the audience and just watch it all go down, because she basically hired somebody she was having a relationship with. And there's strong evidence that will be presented that will show that they were in a relationship when this guy was hired as an attorney for the state of Georgia under her office to investigate Trump. He was paid, I don't know, $600,000-700,000 a year, and they took that money and went off on all these extravagant trips. And apparently, what he was paid is, you know, not the same amount most other lawyers are making. Clearly, you know, working in the Georgia, you know, Atlanta DA's office doesn't, you know, pay everybody $500,000, $750,000 a year, right? A lot of the DAs in a city like Georgia are lucky to make a fourth of what people in private practice do, right? This guy's making private practice money out there. So they've got her dead to rights, it seems. And it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And I hope Trump has a front row seat and he, you know, gets to clap and say, yes, justice.
Well, it's what we conspiracy theorists call the backfire or the boomerang. You know, these people are unjustly and unlawfully going after people, and that backfires on you, man. You know, I think people of all beliefs understand that is a natural law of the universe, that what goes around comes around. You reap what you sow, call it what you will, but you keep consistently doing wrong, it will backfire on you. And I think that's especially true nowadays. And you see it happening all the time, you know. So, yeah, that's going to be part of the turning of the tide, is just these people being so relentless with their evil. They're just going to self-destruct, which will sort of help us in our victory. It'll make our fight less. They're their greatest enemy. You know what I'm saying? Because they're doing stuff that is not going to end well for them.
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, you look at the Hispanic U.S. voters, and they're split right now between Trump and Biden. It's like 45 to 46 or something, which I think when they started this mass migration of Hispanics into the United States, they didn't have that 46-44 pro-Trump swing to them. And if they did, I don't think they would have ever gone down this road. You know, because, you know, a lot of the people coming here are obviously military-age single men, but they do come with Christian backgrounds. And they have that love for Christ. And they are very loyal. A lot of them have their families back home, and they're coming here to make that money to send it back home so that they can potentially increase and better their lives back there. I get it. But they're doing it illegally, and they're doing it in all the wrong ways. And, you know, to count on them as voters in the future for the left, I think is ridiculous. When the Hispanic family, again, very religious, they send their kid to school, and, you know, they find out that Jesus, whatever, is going to school and dressing up as a girl all day, and he's been doing that all year. and you're just now finding out about it 3 months later, that's an issue, man. That's a problem. That's a problem in the Muslim community. That's a problem in any religious community is going to have a real issue with that. So, if they only import atheists, their strategies might work. But the minute they start trying to find people who are God-fearing, then it all goes out the window, because God-fearing people will never stand up for many of the policies of the left, from, the trans in schools, teaching kids about butt sex in kindergarten, things like that are just unheard of. They're immoral, disgusting, and should not be happening, but it is happening. And when you try to put an end to it, they scream that DeSantis is trying to ban gay. Ban gay. No, I'm banning. I love gay people. I've known many, 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 many gay people in my life, and I've been dear, good, solid friends with so many of them. And, don't hold that over my head. I have nothing against gay people, but they didn't try to every day ask me if I was going to try it. Hey, if you are, you should try it. Let's go try it. You might like it.
You're cutting out a little bit. You're cutting out a little bit. So I'm gonna.
It's just not.
You're cutting out quite a bit. So I'm gonna talk just for a little bit. Well, I think that's exactly why the left is trying to hijack Christianity, and that's probably why that Jesus commercial did not go over so well, because it had nothing to do with Christianity. It was actually pointing the finger at Christians for basically having a particular moral fiber and moral belief system. And it was an attack on Christians, not, teaching people about Jesus whatsoever. I mean, Jesus would not be pro-abortion. And I think one of the clips has, somebody washing, I guess, somebody who got an abortion in front of a abortion clinic, but then they have a family planning center too, to make it look like, we're playing all sides. Look, that did not go over well with most Christians. I can tell you that for sure. But they're trying to hijack Christianity and turn it woke. And it's not going to work, man. Christianity's been around for almost 2,000 years. And the basics and the fundamentals are not going to change. We're going to have our moral stance, our moral positions, and you can try to brainwash us all you want. The genuine Christians will never go along with the woke agenda. They can try all they want. It's just not going to succeed.
What about the Pope, though? Well, the Pope is now endorsing gay marriage and blessings. Everyone should be blessing gay marriage in Catholic churches. That's shocking. It's 2,000 years of dogma out the window.
Yeah, and I think that's why so many Catholics are not happy about it. Because it's not going to work. They're pushing this globalist one world order, one world religion nonsense and wokeness, and it's not Christianity whatsoever. I mean, the whole one world agenda is basically just a revisitation of the Tower of Babel. That's why you always see the Tower of Babel symbology at all of these big giant global events, whether it's the 2012 Olympics or the 2000 and I think it was 22 or 21, some other big sporting event.
The EU headquarters. The EU headquarters looks like completely a copy of the Tower of Babel.
Yeah. And I mean, that's their symbology that they embrace, and it's something that's in the Bible that's condemned, because obviously when you consolidate power like that, at in time, it goes evil if it doesn't start evil to begin with, and then there's no reversing it. And if you look at those passages in the Bible, because I always thought, well, what's so wrong with, people coming together and achieving things? But when you look at the Hebrew words that it was talking about their hearts and their thoughts and their minds were set on evil. And that's what happens when you have this world government. You have no checks and balances, and there is no escape once tyranny takes a full grip. And God, in all of his infinite wisdom, understood that probably better than the people at that time. And people still today don't understand it. They think global government is a good thing.
No, it isn't. It never will be. It's something you can't escape from out from under. It's something that if it turns ugly on a global basis, and no one has any off switch to correct it. All you can do is go hide in a hole somewhere and hope they don't find you. They will.
Exactly.
So, folks, this the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition. We are only halfway through the show right now. We do 3 hours on Wednesday night, so stay tuned. We've got a lot more content coming, And we've got to go to commercial. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
It's a 3-hour show, a 3-hour show. What started on a...
Okay, never mind. That's just what came to my mind. Can you feel it? Hello?
Yeah.
What's up, Mark?
Man? I don't know. CS keeps cutting out here and there. Not so bad as
that's why I
a while back, but hey.
Well, I let it go for a little bit, and I was like, man, I better cut in because it was getting really bad.
Yeah, you gotta.
And it's really weird. It's really weird. I don't know what the connection is, or if it's coincidence, but whenever he gets fired up, it starts cutting. It's the weirdest thing.
I think part of it's because his microphone that he has there, or the what you're streaming out of can't take all of your dynamics for the
that makes sense
for the frequencies. You know what I'm saying? Because
he needs to put a compressor on it.
Yeah.
You need to ditch the van,
ditch
the van, and get yourself a news van and a pull trailer behind camper. Okay, that'll help. That way you can get the satellite dish up on top there and connect to it, and even
what I need is for everyone to go out to my Minds channel and subscribe to my cash sponsored channel levels. Right, go out and support my channel, minds.com/censorshipsuck. Go support it. And send me money. I get enough money from help from listeners and viewers. I can get Starlink and I can do a bunch of things.
He can create his own link.
So, yeah, I'd love to have Starlink in here. That'd be so cool.
Yeah. Or we could fund Josh to get us all free.
I would need, 2 more batteries probably. I would need a bunch of stuff. Another panel to run it. It'd be it's an endeavor. It's like.
Well, see, now you're coming through like perfect.
Yeah.
And the weird thing is too is like sometimes when I break up, I know I have an issue because you guys break up to me. You know what I mean? I hear you coming in and out.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't hear that at all tonight. You guys are crystal perfect.
Do I break up when I like? And now, because I know sometimes I probably do. On the countdowns. Because I think that
the morning after a good night's rest, and I actually, literally coming out of my mouth was like some of the things weird. I was like, I was doing Mark impersonations, man.
Mark impersonations?
Because it's just like so embedded. Yeah, it's just so embedded in my brain, man. You know what I'm saying? Because we hear it so often, and it's like it's like when you were in high school and you took typewriting class.
Yeah.
And remember, you'd wake up and your hands would be typing, but you're like, what is this? This is weird.
Or you're finishing the sentences that the teacher is saying, up front.
Well, and I want to point out
lot.
really
I'm
quick that Mark, you type how fast? How fast do you type?
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous, dude. I don't even believe it. It can't be true.
What?
How fast you type?
How fast I type?
Yeah, I was bragging about I used to in high school type like 72, 76 words a minute with 1 or 2 errors, and you're like, oh man, I do 5,000 words a second.
No, I don't do that many. But
no, I know.
When I was in high school a lot of the secretarial students used to get upset that, I wasn't secretarial, but, I was in business, on the business side of it, and they're like, how can you type so fast? I'm like, I just do. I'm like.
Was it like 120 words per minute you were saying?
I was doing like 140, 150 words per minute and only like 1 error, if that.
That's stupid.
At the time. And now that I'm older, I can probably type longer. Well, we're under 30 seconds, guys. All right. I don't want to go too far down a rabbit hole before we go on air. Yeah, but that was like, what, 40 plus years ago now? Come on. And here's your countdown. Look out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the air right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, Valentine special with Bullhorn Barry. How you doing, Barry?
Is this a bromance? Are we having a bromance?
We got a bromance going on. We're having a Valentine's date.
Well, it's about the only Valentine's date I'm having, so I don't know what to say or what that means exactly, but yeah, thanks for sharing it with me, man.
This is our MGTOW radio show.
Wednesday, so.
And you too, Mark.
Yeah.
You too, Mark. I love you, man. Mark, right? I love you.
I want to give a really big special shout out to Yo Rizzo, my man. You are killing it with your social cancer series, right? Yeah, have you seen much of that?
Yeah, I have watched some of it, man. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, he does, folks.
If you want to be depressed, go watch it, man. It's the most depressing thing on the internet. No, it's very educational.
Yes,
it's educational. It really is. I'm being totally sarcastic, but it is kind of a downer at times because it's showing you the social cancer.
Yeah. It's Rizzo, of course, was a host on this show for years with me, right? Pretty much from the get-go. I mean, I've had him on, I don't know, 200 times or something, and very good friend. Love the guy to death. He hasn't been on with us for a while. Hopefully he'll come back here and sooner than later. And heck, maybe I'll even reach out to him and see if he'd even just come on as a guest for a night. But he puts together about, I don't know, an hour and a half of like every one of the best clips of the week. And they range from, a car crash.
You better rephrase that when you say best clips, the best insane clips of the week.
Yeah. Just like one thing after another where your jaw's on the ground. You're like, what did I just see? Like, it's not the good stuff. No, it's not like,
you're not going to leave inspired.
Yeah, it's like, you ever seen the fail channel, where just people fail and it's like the best fails of the month where they ride a bike and fall on their face, it's kind of like that, but less physical humor, more mental fails,
Yeah.
But you can find it on Rumble for sure, Odyssey. He's on Minds at Yo Rizzo, minds.com/Yo Rizzo, YORIZZO. I actually was searching for it, and the best way I could find it was Rizzo, RIZZO, and then cancer right next to it on Rumble, and it just pops right up. And I challenge everyone to go watch that.
If you look up Yo Rizzo Gaming, he's on Kick, and Yo Rizzo on Rumble as well, and Twitch.
Yeah. And legendary guy, so give him a shout out, and give him a like, give him a share, give him all that good, as he deserves all of it. Total legend of a guy.
Sadly for me, I was just coming on as he was leaving, so I only got to be on the show with him maybe 3 or 4 times, and it was awesome though. He's incredible.
Interesting. Yeah. You kind of walked into when he stepped back. You kind of walked into. I don't want to. But
it was great being on the show with him, man. I love the guy. He was awesome, so smart, intelligent. He had that same David Hogg deep DJ voice, man. That I wish I had. But anyway, we can all dream, right?
All right, so let's see. I've got a few stories here that we would like to cover. Here's an interesting one. I don't know what this was, and I wish I could for you, but I think there's just cursing in it. Dana White went on with Howie Mann the other day on his podcast, right?
Oh, that's got to be interesting.
Well, it was really interesting. Dana White, quoting Howie here. Dana White, you are an amazing guy. I can't thank you enough for being here. You're not only an amazing businessman, you're an inspiration, you're a philosopher, the way you do business, the way you conduct your business, and your friendship and media. I'm jealous. I can't thank you enough for being here. Right? Nice enough.
I'm waiting for a but.
Okay.
Is there a but somewhere in there?
No, that's what he said.
Okay.
He
well,
pauses,
that's nice of him.
Looks at him. Thank you for all your kind words. I appreciate it, White responded. I'm so effing tired of doing podcasts. I'm literally done with them. I'm not doing any more podcasts. Okay. Then he took off his earphones, stood up, and walked out. And that was it.
Interesting.
That was it. So you're Howie Mandel. You got Dana White coming on. You prep. You have a team of people looking at what are we going to talk to this guy about, and you give him an introduction like that, glowing. I'm jealous. You're awesome. And he just says, "I'm done." Throws an F-bomb on your podcast and walks out.
Did he take it as sarcasm? I mean, I think, isn't Howie Mandel kind of woke?
I would think so. I would think so, that Howie Mandel would be woke. There might have been something that happened behind the scenes. You know, hey, I want to ask you about this, and can I ask you about that? And he's like, no, don't ask me that. And, well, I really want to ask about this then. No, you know, who knows? Maybe there might have been some odd pre-show stuff going on that when he finally started, and he's just like, no, I'm like, yeah, that's the fakest guy I've ever seen him out here. I would love to get his side of it.
Oh, absolutely.
Find out what happened. But
yeah, RFK destroyed Howie Mandel in the interview that he did with Howie. I mean, with RFK. Yeah, and Howie's just not super duper smart. I just hate to say that, but and RFK is just brilliant. You know, he's a smart guy, knows his facts, knows his data, and he just kept hammering Howie with the truth. But no matter how much evidence he gave him, Howie couldn't get it. He couldn't get it because he was so brainwashed by the woke propaganda about the death jab.
Yeah,
and I'm not a hater of Howie Mandel. It's just I just don't have time for wokeness right now. You know what I'm saying? I just have no time for wokeness in my life.
Yeah, we all do. It's sad. This stuff needs to stop, folks. It really just needs to stop. We need to just wake everybody up, shake them a little bit. What are you doing? Take a look around you. You know, Chipotle just put out a big statement the other day about California, right? McDonald's is doing the same thing. Their prices are going up at least 20% across the board.
Okay.
California only.
Okay.
Why? Well, because as of now, the minimum wage for fast food workers in California is $20 an hour. Minimum wage, right? So, yeah, he's like, look, man, the prices are going up. This, rice bowl or this chicken bowl or whatever you like so much is now going to simply be $20. Because guess what? It's hung out at what the hourly wage for an employee has been forever. You know what I mean? If you worked at McDonald's 30 years ago, it probably get about an hour to get a Big Mac combo. You know what I mean? If you're making $4 an hour, the combo is probably $4. And you know what I mean? Today they're making $18 an hour. So guess what a combo is going to cost you? About $18.
Yeah.
Send it up to $20. Guess what? The combo costs $20 now. They're tied together. You're not giving the employee more wealth. You're making everything more expensive at the same time. So there's no.
Yeah, and there's a Democrat in California calling for $50 an hour minimum wage. Can you imagine if that passed? I mean, what that would do to the economy? I mean, I want to go to work there, but maybe I can keep my job in Oklahoma and do it through Zoom or something and get that $50 an hour. Because here in Oklahoma, we got a pretty average cost of living, man. I mean, it's pretty low cost of living around here. And I eat at home most of the time anyway. So maybe this is a good thing. Maybe more people will make their own meals at home, which will be healthier choices anyway if you do it right.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, like a place like a Chipotle, it's rice, beans, a little protein of some kind, and
some chicken or
some
steak,
sour cream cheese. Yeah, it's stuff you have at home, or you're very close to having most of at home. Maybe
Absolutely.
You need to go pick up a couple of chicken thighs, and a couple of chicken thighs might be $3. So now you went out of pocket $3, go home, throw that rice and beans and stuff in the pot, cook them up. Half hour later, with not too much effort. Let's face it, not too much effort. You got a meal. Right?
Yep. No, I make my own
rinse it off, throw it in the
Chipotle
dishwasher, and yeah, it's not hard. Yet you can do it at home for $4, $3.
Yeah, absolutely.
We were talking about I was talking about with a friend of mine today. A potato, a couple slices of bacon, and 2 eggs. that combination of food right there is going to cost me at home at $1.50, $1.75, $2 at most. And if I go to any restaurant in town and buy that, it's going to be $14, $15.
Yeah, and if you want that dining experience, just make it. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that gap, the difference between that is the labor cost. So yeah, you're almost, I mean, you can save $15 by just cooking it yourself. And it takes at most, with the potatoes and everything, doing it all right, at most 20 minutes to do that.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, if you want that dining experience, make it at home, wrap it up in some tin foil. You and your friend go sit down at the table. They'll never know the difference.
Yeah.
Go sit down with your homemade burrito at Chipotle. They're not going to know. And tell them you want some of their free salsa.
I'll buy a couple of those styrofoam, styrofoam plates
water
with the
cups.
lids. They're like square, you get some of those. I buy them with pre-made dinners, and they're like, say $7.99 on the top, so you can put like, $14.50 on the top, just to remind yourself every time you look at it that this would be $14.50 at any restaurant.
I'm afraid somebody's actually going to try that.
It's kind of like that.
Somebody's going to try that after we said this. I know somebody's going to do it. Maybe we start a new trend.
Like, make a nice Chipotle dinner. Exactly. Put it in those to-go boxes. Buy a bunch of those to-go boxes and bring it over to your girlfriend. Be like, hey, look what I did. I spent $30. Dropped $30 on dinner for us, babe. That's how much I love you. Wink,
Happy
wink.
Valentine's
you really made
Day.
it at home for 4. Yeah. Couldn't get a reservation, but I could get some to go.
Sure.
You want to Netflix and chill? So, yeah, fun stuff. Let's dive into another fun story. This is from Wayne Root. You're familiar with him? He's a
I'm a big fan of Wayne.
Talk radio host.
Sure. Yeah, I like him a lot.
Out of Vegas. I'm gonna read a bit of this because it's actually very cheeky, very funny. Quote: "It's been 3 days since Super Bowl ended. Silly you. You thought it was over. You actually thought Kansas City, Travis Kelce, and Taylor Swift won. You might have even seen them out celebrating at Las Vegas nightclubs until 5 in the morning. So, Kansas City had to be the winner of the Super Bowl, right? There were lots of witnesses who saw KC win over 120 million watching just on television. The most watching a TV show has had since the 1969 moon landing. So there were plenty of witnesses. But it turns out everyone got it wrong. Hold on one second, folks. Hey, cut that out. My beautiful dog barking at the moon. 25-20. Okay, so KC only won at the end of the game. They had a 3-point lead, 25-22. But what made you think that was the final? In the NFL, they're allowed to keep counting for days past the final whistles. Didn't you know that? No score is final in the NFL until all scores have been counted in the locker room. You don't just play the game on the field. There's also the mail-in scores. And you have days after the final whistle to count them. And today, on the third day after the Super Bowl ended, San Francisco got 3 mail-in touchdowns and a mail-in field goal.
Amazing how that happens.
Yeah, it all happened in the middle of the night with no witnesses. The refs counting the scores suddenly found a water pipe explosion in the showers adjacent to the locker room. In order for everyone to go home for the night, they promised to not count scores until everyone came back in the morning. Then they pasted pizza boxes on the windows of the locker room so no one could see in while they counted late scores. When officials of the Kansas City Chiefs returned in the morning, they were shocked to find out they lost. It turns out the refs kept counting after all with no witnesses, and what they found was shocking. In the middle of the night, they suddenly found a mail-in touchdown from an illegal alien wide receiver. They called him an undocumented player. The refs also football harvested another mail-in touchdown by a dead running back. Then at 3 a.m., a van pulled up that said NFL side and delivered another mail-in touchdown from a trans tight end who had moved to another team. Finally, they checked football drop boxes outside the stadium and found a mail-in field goal. Do you want me to keep going? I'm loving it.
Keep going.
That's 3
too good.
extra mail-in touchdowns and a mail-in field goal, all of them remarkably for San Francisco. Wow, San Francisco scored a lot of points after the game when no one was watching. That's really convenient. What a comeback. That turned a 25-22 KC Chiefs victory into a 48-25 landslide for San Francisco. It keeps going.
Amazing.
Kansas City officials bitterly complained there was no witnesses in the locker room to verify these scores. They also complained about illegal alien players voting and dead players voting and players scoring for the 49er who had recently moved to another team and no longer played for San Francisco. The player rolls have never been cleaned. Kansas officials also complained about the 49ers trans tight end who was born a woman but now identifies as a man. They claim San Francisco tight end illegally touched balls. Kansas also complained there was no signature match on the footballs to prove they were official NFL. Kansas City head coach Andy Reid complained, "What about the pizza boxes on the wing? I had to watch the counting of mail-in scores after the game, but we couldn't see the locker room." Taylor Swift warned she was going to write a song called "How Travis Kelce Lost an Unfair Rigged Super Bowl." The media responded by calling Kansas City sore losers and conspiracy theories. Taylor Swift was fired by a record label. Coach Andy Reid, quarterback Patrick Mahomes, and tight end Travis Kelce were all indicted by a San Francisco jury for trying to investigate a rigged football game. The judge, who was a lifelong San Francisco 49ers fan, instructed the jury to send these brutes from Kansas City to prison for life for questioning the integrity of our amazing victory and spreading football misinformation. NFL Commissioner Roger "Rigged" Goodell reported that NFL owners voted to disqualify the Chiefs from any future Super Bowls because that mean-spirited Orange Man coach Andy Reid gave a speech inspiring KC fans to riot. The NFL commissioner called Kansas City's actions an NFL insurrection.
Oh, man. That's a good,
and then he
good
goes
little
on to
metaphor,
say,
man. I like that. That's good, man. That's clever.
He says, "Does any of this sound absurd? Are you laughing out loud at this farce? This could never happen, right?" Then he goes into all the election. It's exactly what happened, folks. Exactly.
If only it was true for the football game, though.
Right?
If only Taylor Swift got canned by her record label. That'd be great.
Well,
somebody was telling me today, they were like, "Oh, how dare you, not want kids to watch Taylor Swift." I was like, have you seen any of her music videos? Have you seen her tour? I wouldn't call her the ideal model for, or for even teenagers for that matter.
yeah, nor would I. Are we overdue for a break, Mark?
No.
No, we're not. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. No, my bad. Yeah. Gosh, we got so many different times that we break. I need to keep them all straight.
Well, we did predict that Kansas City would win, and we nailed it as usual.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. It was, so you're going to go out. And then didn't Joe Biden put up a post in the middle of the night with his Dark Brandon look? And,
his Dark Brandon red demon eyes and something along the lines of, it played out just as we had planned or something like that.
Planned.
In other words, they were trolling all the conspiracy. Think that it's somewhat rigged so that Taylor Swift can promote Biden and Travis can promote more jabs and shots, and it'll be the perfect couple for the woke agenda, and they'll sway people over that wouldn't MAGA that are now going to vote for Biden and so on. So yeah, I mean, he was trolling, but or maybe he was just confessing that it is rigged. I don't know. It's hard to tell these days, isn't it?
The Dark Brandon stuff is kind of worrying. He's embracing something I don't think they quite understand the meaning. It's really a dark, dark place that whole Brandon thing comes from.
Yeah.
And his whole MAGA Republicans are trying to ruin the country, trying to destroy our great nation, trying to end democracy. MAGA Republicans this and MAGA Republicans that. We saw his his speech in front of Independence Hall in Philadelphia last year with the red background.
With his Hitler-esque
type blood red
personality. Yeah, he was real Hitler-esque, like a tyrant, looked like a tyrant, sounded like a tyrant, angry like a tyrant. I mean, that's his true colors. That's his true identity. He is not Uncle Joe, fatherly, kind, compassionate individual. Like they even tried to make him, after he stole all those classified documents, they tried to make, he's a nice, gentle man. We just can't hold him accountable because he's nice and gentle and doesn't know what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was. I've never seen any modern president or any political leader do a speech like that in modern. You know, the closest you can get to is maybe a Hitler or someone. You know, with those kind of optics, I've never seen it. I've never envisioned a U.S. president doing something like that.
And then the mainstream media, they tried to change the colors on the photos to make it less ominous. Did you notice that? Remember how they did that?
Yeah, it like more orange than red.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Yeah, and made it lighter, and sort of like they do on the opposite side to Trump, make his face look, much more oranger than it actually is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a lot of times what they'll do is a picture, and if it's Joe Biden, they'll have all these little Photoshop filters where his face in this blemish free. But when you see a picture of Trump, they'll put the sharpen tool on so he's like his face is pitted and he looks like he's 110. I mean, they do this stuff on purpose, man. It's all optics to get you to hate Trump and love Biden. Biden's the good guy, the nice guy, the compassionate guy. Trump's the evil, radical. When it's actually Biden that's those things.
Mm-hmm. Funny how that happens, huh?
It's funny.
Yeah, it's the game is rigged. The game is rigged. Yeah. The universities, all of them lean so far to the left. They took over these organizations and they refused to hire anyone who had any diversity of opinion. So they're just echo chambers of left-wing propaganda. So I mean, especially the kids. You go through college, you get taught this stuff in high school, you get taught it in college. Then you go work for, say, some woke corporate company like Disney, and man, you're taught it at work. It's you go to work and there it is. They're doing it on the ground. And you really take it and say, this is real, man. I'm telling you, I work at Google. But no, it's not. It's an illusion because the people don't want it. That's why Disney is failing. The NBC, I think it was, laid off thousands of people. Hundreds and hundreds of people. Catherine hit the axe today.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to just.
You talking about the Black Swan lady?
Well, Catherine Herridge has been a legacy media. She's been out there forever. She's good. She's always been good. She was on Fox for a long time. They brought her over to one of the mainstream dinosaur sites, and she still broke a bunch of good news over there and did a great job. She laid her off today.
I saw that. I think it's the same woman that talked about the Black Swan event.
It could have been, and I don't know off the top of my head if it was or not, though. I'd have to Google it.
Well, they dropped, by the way, that lady too. They dropped that lady too. She got fired.
Yeah.
So even if it's not the same person, they fired her as well.
Yeah, anybody who brings up any smidgen of truth, it's trouble. It's a big problem.
It's been that way for a long time. I remember. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to say the takeaway of all this, though, is that a lot of these news agencies are laying off people left and right going into an election year. That's unheard of. You don't do that going into an election year when you cover elections and you cover politics and that's your bread and butter. What's happening?
That would be like saying retail stores are shutting down during Christmas time, which is their biggest time of the year.
Right before Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't make it to the end of the year. They just can't do it. They're shutting down on Thanksgiving. Done for the year.
Yeah.
Whereas like if you're in trouble, at least stay open through Black Friday and see if maybe
you can come out. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe if you have a phenomenal miracle on Black Friday, you might be able to pull something out of your hat here. But no, if you're shutting down on Thanksgiving, you're done.
Well, it's all collapsing. That's one of the positive things that's happening. All of these things that are systemically corrupt, whether it's Hollywood or the education system or politics, I would even say eventually it'll hit the medical industrial complex as well. It's going to either reform or collapse. It's just that simple. And I don't think they're going to reform. I hope they do. It'd be nice if they do. But then if they do reform, I'm wondering if they're doing it for the right reasons. Are they reforming because they were in error, or are they reforming simply because of the pressure? If it's simply because of the pressure, then the moment that the pressure's let off, they'll go back to it. That's why I say I hope they all just fail and we can create our parallel economy, and out of the parallel economy comes a new birthing of free enterprise, free market, freedom, opportunity, prosperity. All of those good things can happen. But as long as these monopolies control everything, that's a bad thing.
Yeah, and if they're tied in with the government, it's called fascism. That's, government control in coordination with major corporations. But folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We are on every Wednesday night at 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time for 3 hours, and every Sunday night at 9 o'clock p.m. for 2 hours. We're going to go to break. We'll be right back after this.
And we're on radio break.
We're on radio break.
That's right. Uh-huh.
That's the way.
I like it.
We just need to make up a censorship sucks slogan or jingle. Then we don't have to sing other people's songs. We can just sing our own song.
We could get Willie to do it, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good idea. What do you think?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, we already have that from Kate the Great.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we do.
You need to play
Which
that
is
out
pretty sweet.
at the end of the show sometimes. Then, if you got that.
Yeah. Hey, did you guys notice when before the show said, "Hey, I was talking to Censorship Sucks on that cover," and he mentioned that his friend was familiar with our show and listens to it.
Yeah, I heard that. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, "Oh, that's who his friend is. That's pretty sweet." But yeah, like just you can go down the road and mention the show, and the person's like, "Oh yeah, I know that show."
That's awesome. Yeah, I was like, yeah, very cool, very cool.
Yeah, I was going to make a big deal of it at the time. I was just like, yeah, of course they know.
Pressure him on it. Tell me more.
Yeah. I am.
And then
I
there
did
was
get
silence.
those links out.
This is
What's that?
I did get that link out for you before, for Brent,
oh cool.
on all the platforms that we are going out to right now. Do.
Yeah, I gave him a pretty good boost.
Yeah.
I think it's like 25,000 views or something. That's pretty.
That's good.
Yeah.
That was a few tokens to get that many views.
Yep.
Did you use a cash or did you use tokens? Because the cash gives you more views, I noticed. The tokens don't really push through as much as the cash does. And I only use the free cash, but they give you every month.
Oh yeah. Interesting. I should look at one of those. I've never used one of those. I should see what it's $7 or whatever it does in comparison.
Did you guys see the picture I posted of Taylor Swift? Either one of you on
What picture? I don't think I did.
Okay, let me show it to you. It's actually gaining quite a traction on mine, but let me show it to you. It's pretty funny. It's how I see Taylor Swift anyway. How much time we got?
10 minutes maybe.
Oh,
We
okay.
got about 6.
Boy, it's really beautiful where I'm at right now. I parked right near all these trees and they're just filling up all my windows. And it's green under them right now because it's rained so much this year. It's turning green out here, which is pretty cool. You happy, Blue? Yeah, she does this thing with me, and I don't mind it most of the time, where she just like wants to go out and then wants back in, and then wants, goes right back out and then will bark at me and has to come back in. And it's like, the door is like not totally shut. You can just open it and come in. Like, you don't need me to just want me to do it, I can't stress to you how nice it is here right now. Oh, it's just so lovely.
in the New York groove.
Guess who's back?
Welcome
Back
back,
again.
welcome back, welcome back.
DREAGUS back.
I am.
Tell a friend.
Where'd Barry go?
I'm right here.
Oh,
Can y'all a picture, or do I need to make sure
No,
it's
no.
a JPEG? Because I don't think it's showing.
I think I need to download it. Yeah, it wants me to download it.
Should show up though. I'll just.
like to thank everybody
Transfer
out
to,
there that's listening in, no matter what platform you are at. We really appreciate you, and thank you for coming in. Like, share, subscribe. Yeah, because subscriptions don't go to me, but they go to a nonprofit that I support. So, that every little bit helps them.
What?
I have subscriptions up now. I send to a nonprofit. It's called Operation
Cool.
Phantom Support. Yeah, and they support veterans, active duty, and first responders.
Nice.
Yep. They have a
Doing the good deeds.
they have
man.
a food
That's what I
bank.
like to hear.
They have a food bank. They have a thrift store. If you have problems with your car and you're any one of those people, they will set you up to get a huge discount on getting your car or truck fixed. They have birthday cakes and stuff like that. And they do, let's see, what else do they have? They have all sorts of stuff. A lot of good stuff out of Operation Phantom Support. You can find them on Facebook, but they also have their own website as well. I believe it's Operation Phantom Support, all one word, .org.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, they get, for Christmas, they give the kids of the first responders and also active duty and vets Christmas gifts for their kids.
I saw that.
And they also do backpacks for school and school supplies,
That's
which
awesome,
is
dude.
really,
Man.
really helpful for us vets and first responders and active duty folks.
That's incredible, dude.
It is.
Right while you were talking all that good stuff, I put this really creepy picture of Taylor Swift up.
Oh, my God. Don't be afraid to, put some comments in our chat rooms
Barely
either.
touched.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Barely touched any of these stories. I think I have 16 news articles up. So we're doing fine.
What do you think of the Taylor Swift photo, man?
Yeah.
You think that's a more realistic view behind the veil, so to speak?
I don't know.
Shout
I
out
don't
to
know
Keeman
much
Money
about,
Arts
really.
over on Twitch. Appreciate you, man.
What was the one I was gonna do here? Oh, yeah,
You don't know
it is.
too much about it. Oh, come on, you're a closet Taylor Swift fan.
No,
Don't lie. Come on.
no, I
know-
have no idea.
I
dude.
would sing one of her songs and mock you, but other songs.
I've probably heard one in my life. I couldn't tell you. you know.
Okay, we're under 30 seconds. Get ready for a countdown. And here it comes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to hour 3 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. Tonight I've got with me Bullhorn Barry, as always. How you doing, Barry?
Oh, good, man. Don't you love Mark's countdowns? We got 30 seconds left. 5, 4, what?
I'm just so happy and proud, and honestly, just it's a sense of joy to me that I actually have a producer. You
He's fantastic, but I mean, that's to keep us on our toes, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when he's 30,
Yeah.
it could mean 5.
Yeah, but it's cool though. I mean, Mark is a legend, and when I talk to somebody, I'm like, I don't know, man. I have to check with my producer. Let me get. Yeah, it's just I don't know. It just sounds really cool when you get to say stuff like that. It's the next level stuff. So thank you, Mark.
Sure thing. It's
he's not
always great to produce and sometimes come in and do the peanut gallery thing because that's where it's all at. The peanut gallery.
Okay, so I've got a phenomenal story for you guys. You're gonna love this, Barry. Some of the adapters to the Vision Pro headset from Apple, right? You've seen that?
Oh,
People walking on the street, it's driving Teslas
swiping
with
things
these
and everything.
Goggles on. Yeah.
Yeah, looking ridiculous.
They have found out the hard way. You put 3,500, and let's say I saw Tim Pool. He's like, I don't know what the test case is. I'm not sure, the user case, who this is for. Well, you're into porn. It's for you. You want this, right? Because porn, I can walk around all day watching porn and nobody's going to know. Beautiful stuff. You can't wait. Well, it turns out Apple's not very pro porn, and this will not support, I guess it's called WebXR porn clips.
Yeah, I read the article.
Right?
You're right.
Yeah. So if you go to like Pornhub and you say, okay, 3D, bring it on, let's go, $3,500, let's see what these puppies can do. Boom, blocked. It won't play it. So, there's some workarounds. You can download it, change the format, yada yada, upload it, and then boom, it's not going to work like it should, but it'll work.
Mm-hmm.
But wow, how many of these porn addicts out here bought this thing and they're just up in arms?
Oh, they're pretty upset about it, man. Yeah, they're so desperate for their 3D porn. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
they're not happy about spending $3,000 and not getting that. But like you said, they're trying to get workarounds. It's just the workarounds are kind of crude and it doesn't look 3D. It's more 2D, and which I find even more funny that they're being frustrated, not being able to get it to work right.
Yeah. It's just one of those interesting stories I wanted to share with everyone because I find it really funny.
Well, it goes.
Like, all you had to do.
Well, it goes.
If they waited 2 weeks, they would have read that article and said, "Oh gosh, maybe I don't want to drop this money on that." But the early guys that had to get it first are like, "Oh, it sucks." But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, it just goes right along with the AI girlfriend thing that's just blooming. I mean, people are just all of these incels are getting AI girlfriends and paying, a significant amount of money. Someone paying $1,000 a month or more for an artificial, 3D image of a person that's not even real. Yeah. The articles, it was saying they're making an emotional connection, and that's what's scary because you're making an emotional.
It's cheaper to pay child support, man.
With a wall.
It's cheaper to pay child support.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how I know.
Okay. But that's really scary. The disconnect that we have with each other. These goggles are only going to make that worse. I mean, you see people sitting, over coffee with them wearing the goggles and swiping. I mean, you thought it was bad with people on the phone while you're trying to, have a conversation with them over coffee or lunch or something. Now they got these goofy little on, they're swiping in front of you, and no one's going to even connect anymore because that's not a real connection. Well, yeah, that is not a real.
You can't do that. You can't wear that at a table with someone else. It's not what it's made for. It's made for you sitting alone somewhere. If you sat down with me for lunch and you're swiping that's all day, and insisting that you're having a 100% conversation,
I pull a Dana White just right then. Yeah, an immediate Dana White.
Exactly. Get up and walk out. Like, I gotta go. That's a future that makes no sense. And again, even if you're sitting at that coffee table doing that, it's so much more immersive than a cell phone. Somebody on a cell phone, I might say, hey, oh gosh, did you see that guy trip over there? Wow, that's funny. Or, whatever. Did you catch this news article? It's kind of funny. You might make small talk with them on their cell phone because you're not distracting them too much because you know what it's like to go through Facebook. And if somebody, is more interesting in the real world, you'll acknowledge them. With those headsets on, there's none of that. There's no chance you can break through that wall.
I think they made it ridiculous looking for a reason so that people will be ready for either a brain chip or a retinal thing or smaller glasses and so forth. So it'll get more people to get on board because people go, I don't want to wear that because those goggles are just, those bug eyes. It's just too weird for me. So
I've been a skier. I've skied my whole life, so goggles like that they look like ski goggles to me. So I'm kind of comfortable with the look, you know.
Well, I guess if you're skiing, it'd be all right then.
Like
you just want to make sure you hit a real mogul and not one of the 3D moguls, one of the augmented moguls
right.
they put in there.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like with some of these use cases, if I'm using that for directions to drive, and it's telling me, you know, to make the right exactly where the road is, and there's a little line that goes up the roads, turn here, and I can look around, and that line just stays there. That's safe. That's helping me be a better driver. There's uses for it that can help me be, but if I'm also pull up a news article and read that while I'm on the highway at 70, well, that's completely different. You follow?
Mm-hmm.
There are ways to use this safely and effectively in society, but create those barriers.
Lost you.
You can
Are
watch
you there?
A movie.
Okay, you're back.
It can happen.
You cut out there for a minute.
Okay. Barry, what say you? Did you hear everything I said, Barry?
Yeah. I mean, I don't argue that they can be used in a good way. It's just, I don't think that's the way they're going to be used. I think they're going to be one more thing that's just going to disconnect humanity that much more. And that's exactly what the globalists want. That's what the social engineers want. They want us to be disconnected. They want us to, not be having real social interaction. And it's just one more thing. It's sort of like we were talking about earlier, the pinata or the Jenga puzzle. It's one more piece of disconnecting us. And it may not be the biggest piece out there, but it's one more piece. And it's all adding up. And that's why, on the Infowars.com, the Alex Jones show this week, they were showing videos of, people back in the 1930s and 40s, what they looked like and how they interacted. Even in the 1990s, everybody was thin and they were skinny. Most people, like 99%, there was not very many overweight people. And people were interacting. Well, what was the difference between 1999 or 98 or whatever that was in 1940? Then now it's the phone, it's the cell phone, and it's all these other distractions, whether it be the internet or, even sports to some degree. It's all disconnecting us. I guess some could argue that sports brings us together, but at what level? At more of a superficial level, I think, than at a real genuine level. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah. And I hear you. I couldn't agree more. It's definitely true. But anyway, let's move on to a few more. Like I said before, we got a ton of articles to cover. And this one, it really brings up echoes of Brent Hamachek from humanevents.com in our first hour. Civil dissidents, disobedience is what they're saying in here, but I'm saying dissidents, right? These are dissidents, British dissidents.
Mm-hmm.
Activists block every single climate spy camera in a London borough. Okay, so these ULEZ cameras that they have, they're going around disabling them. They're cutting the cables. They're putting stickers over them. They're doing all kinds of different things to make them not work. And they're doing it in a coordinated manner at certain times of day when people need to go do certain things. So rush hour in the morning, boom, more stickers out. And now everyone can go to work and not get fined. Strategically trying to shut these things down. It goes right along with the American dissident concept. It's the British dissident,
Yeah, civil disobedience, man, like Rosa Parks.
Yeah. Again, you can get killed for what you did. That's why it matters. You're taking a risk when you do things like this.
I think that now is the time to take the risk, though, because if we don't take it now, it'll be much harder on us if we wait till later. If you think it's bad now what they're doing to us for basically dissenting or disagreeing or, being resistant to the tyranny, if you think it's bad now, imagine once their tyranny starts to sink in what they would do to us. I mean, it won't just be a slap on the wrist or taking you off of Facebook or whatever. It'll be jail time or a massive fine or something like that. Or maybe just, docking your social credit score if they make it that far along in their agenda.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I read another article. I don't think I posted it, but it was a guy talking to his friend in Spain, and his kid was getting taught about CBDCs in school. And the teacher was like, these things are amazing. the future. And many of the kids in school were really excited about it, you know, because of course the teachers pumped up about it, and they've got these, you know, talking points to follow. So everyone stays in line, stays in their lane, and they can get these things out there, and everyone's going to be so excited about when it comes. And we all know the threats and the dangers that come with central bank digital currencies. You know, think of Bitcoin, but the U.S. government issues it and controls about it. And you've got a social credit score now. So the credit score wallet and bing, bing, bing. Oh, you want to spend $100 on dinner? The dollar limit, friend. You can't go to that nice restaurant. It's Valentine's Day. Make your late nice dinner. No, can take McDonald's.
Yeah, it reminds me of that weird Twitter video that Madonna put out where she was, I want my quant now. So that was like 2 years ago. She was promoting getting the CBDC. She's wanting I want my CBDCs. I want my quant now. I mean, she is such a puppet. She is such a puppet of it's just somebody who's part of the CBDCs. It's just like one, I don't know, banking institution or something like that. But anyway, it's part of the whole CBDC thing. I can't remember. It was a couple of years ago, but it's all tied into the CBDCs. And she was basically, you know, cryptically putting this out because most people didn't know what the quant was anyway. But she was cryptically putting that out, you know, showing her support because she's a globalist. She supports the one world order, the one world religion, the one world everything. You know, they're all going to be happy, but it won't be happy though. Yeah. We won't be happy people.
And why do all the artists support this stuff? You know, it makes you wonder why all the artists support it.
Well, because they support them. Yeah, they support them though. If you support the globalists, we will support you.
Exactly. You cease to become an artist when you sell out to the global, you know, WHO and Hollywood and everything. And they say, hey, you can't talk about this, right? You want to write a song about how great Trump is. No. You write one about Biden. Your Biden song will sell 1 million copies and you get rich. But a Trump one, no. You go to the bottom line, we cut your deal, you're done. You're out of here. Mm-hmm. You know? And how can an artist be an artist in that kind of...
You can't be an artist. And I mean, basically when you sell your soul to the industry or the devil, however you want to word it, you have to give up a certain amount of freedom. You have to play ball under their terms. That's just how that works. Or you don't go to that super duper high level. Look, most of these Holly weirdos and the people in the Illuminati music business, they are some of the weakest and most cowardly people among us. And it's crazy that at one time I thought they were so powerful and amazing. I mean, I was under the delusion as well. I mean, I thought these people were just like us and they were anti-establishment. Oh, no. They've always been pro-establishment. It's just now their are showing more than it used to because everything is coming to light in this great season of disclosure.
Yeah, and in this great season of disclosure, we just saw Ice Cube come out and talk about his time with NWO and how they would go to these planning meetings, you know, to write a song, and these ideas would be presented to them. Progressively more and more aggressive. You know, the fact that they were even there was because they were setting up that they wanted the establishment, the FBI, all these alphabet agencies wanted to be spread throughout the black community in the 80s and 90s. They wanted them glorifying crack cocaine, drug dealing, gangs, prostitution, you know, all of those things. They wanted them glorified. Prison. Well, he said it was because they were running the prisons.
Yeah, they wanted to fill the prisons.
You know, you put a guy in a private prison, you put somebody in a private prison, that's guaranteed money.
Sure
Every day. Every day that guy wakes up, you make $50, $100. You give me 100 of them, I can make, you know, 100 times 110 grand a day. Day they wake up. Every day, another 10 grand. Another. Boom,
and it was,
boom, boom.
and it was Dick Cheney that wanted to privatize all the prisons more and more and more. In fact, I think Cheney had some prisons that he owned. And one of the studies that came out during that time was private prisons actually have higher levels of torture and abuse than even, say, you know, the governmental one or the whatever state-run prisons. And that doesn't surprise me, you know, because it's the same people. They're all corrupt, and they're gobbling up everything and owning everything and controlling everything and leaving us with crumbs, or I guess we should say maybe the cricket crumbs, and owning nothing and loving it. But that's their goal, folks.
And let's not forget Joe Biden's crime bill.
Joe Biden's what?
You know, where he talked about Joe Biden's crime bill, where he went on the floor and held up a quarter and said, if you have this much crack cocaine, the size of a quarter, you go to jail 10 years or 15 years or 20 or whatever it was. Some crazy number of years you get in jail.
Very strict.
For something the size of a quarter.
Right.
Meanwhile, his son has like 5 times, you know, if you took the pile that and put a quarter next to it, the quarter would be nothing compared to what his son.
He was snorting it up like Parmesan cheese at the Olive Garden. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, more. I'll tell you when I'm done.
I ate the Olive Garden today, and I got a lot of extra on cheese. So just let your imagination run wild.
So, yeah, it's you know, it's a set up world. They did all that. You know, they've been talking for years about how, you know, the government introduced crack cocaine into the ghettos. Well, how did they do it? They did it through culture. They did it through music. This whole new rap thing was just blown, and they didn't know where to take it.
Right.
They took it the worst possible path it could go.
And before Reverend Jesse Jackson and Reverend House were sold out to the corrupt establishment, they were calling this stuff out. They used to be altruistic. They used to actually care about the black community. Now they're just establishment deceiving the black community and basically keeping not just them on the slave plantation, but every other liberal on the slave plantation. We need prosperity in this country for everyone, equal opportunity, not equity and injustice, but equality and justice.
Yeah. And does, you know, I will admit, it starts with education. Okay, education is a core center of everything, of all your future abilities and properties, and you know the chances you have to make down to your education. And they have been pushing all of this negative educational rap music down kids' throats, down every. So when you are good at school and you live in the ghetto, they say you talk white. They say, why are you trying to be white? You'll never be white. Why are you learning all that stuff? It's no good for you. There's no family. There's no father figure. There's no core, the ghetto, to tell everybody, this is what needs to happen. Our to be from top to bottom in inner cities first and foremost. The suburbs are doing fine. The inner cities are crashing. We need to get in there and fix the system so that when they walk into a class, they shut their mouths, they look forward, yes, sir, no, sir.
Well, there's
lessons, math, reading, art, all of it. That's when we can get parity, though, when we have education fixed in inner cities, when they are walking out of an inner city with absolutely as good of an education as you get in any suburb. And I'm not talking about dumbing everyone down. I'm talking about bringing everyone up to the higher levels.
Absolutely.
That's what has to happen for us to fix America and fix the racial tensions. And that way equity doesn't matter. Equality does.
Yeah, and part of the problem is a lot of these people don't have an attention span, and that's been socially engineered and chemically engineered and all kinds of other things. So we got to address that issue too, so the kids can actually focus when they're in school. I mean, that doesn't happen in China. They or in maybe Japan or some of these other countries. The kids are smart, man, and they go, you know, all day and they're focused, and they, you know, that's not. I mean, what do we got? 7-second attention span here in America? Give me a. And that is not going to teach people even basic arithmetic or English.
Yeah, no. We're looking at troubled waters on our bow. And like you said, we got to turn that ship around. And I say we head out to sea and find a good port to go, you know, settle into. You want to run it straight to the shore and just run us aground. But I think we should be... Anyway, I kid. You're listening earlier in the show, you got that joke. Otherwise, we got to go to break. We'll be right back.
All right, we're on radio break.
Find a shipping lane. Right, we need a shipping lane. We can go port to port, moving spices.
Oh boy.
Good stuff, man. Good
stuff. No, I broke up. Did you hear that, Barry?
No, I heard
broke
you.
up in that segment.
But
okay.
What breaks up on his end is different. I've noticed that some of the stuff, when he plays it back, it broke out because it was broke out on his end, but on our end, we could hear it.
Yeah.
You know.
Interesting.
But what matters is what's going out there. It doesn't matter what we can hear; it's what is going out.
If I can hear it, it's going out.
Yeah, exactly. Well. We're almost to the end of the third hour. About another 30 minutes, man. Exciting. Have we gotten fired up enough yet? Or do we still have more room to go with that? Mark, you need to bust in and get us going, get us fired up.
Just get fired up.
I just got a message from Nancy earlier. She's not going to make it in tonight, but Dee and the rest of them should be, so it'll be okay. Be all right there.
Yeah.
Got some family stuff going on.
Man, it's actually warm in my house. I mean,
it's
turned
warm
on. I'm not
today.
turning the air conditioning on. It's so warm.
It's been really warm today.
It's beautiful in here right now. It's beautiful in here. I got the windows open, and it's just so nice. There's no breeze at all. Super still. I'm like, I don't know. It's probably 65 right now.
It's probably that here right now as well. It was 70 when I came home at about 3:30.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in a t-shirt, and the sun's going down.
I really did eat at the Olive Garden today. I'm not just saying that either. So just thought
I got one.
I
got one that's about 4 blocks from me.
And I did get an extra Parmesan cheese as well.
Just to sniff it up.
I didn't think you'd lie about that either.
Oh boy.
Smoke it.
Well, they opened up a new Olive Garden,
Nice.
so we had to go and check it out. It's pretty nice. It's the same food, but
I always wondered. Now, Biden has a daughter too, right?
A daughter?
Yeah, doesn't he have a daughter?
Oh, yeah.
So if he named his son Hunter, wouldn't she be called Chase? Anyways.
She'd be called what?
Chase.
Chase? Hunter Chase?
Gather.
You know.
Just
saying, you know, like.
You mean the hunter chases his prey or something like that?
Keeping it in the family, you know.
Yeah.
Put it named Gatherer. If you're gonna go with Hunter, go with Gatherer.
Gatherer. I haven't heard a
Man, they're
person
still
called
arresting
Gatherer.
those sicko pedophiles. Have you seen that in the news lately? And there are always these pedophiles in positions of power as well. Another Democrat I saw. I mean, it's going to bust open, man. That's why the left doesn't want us to be digging deep into that rabbit hole. If it was all just conspiracy, then why are so many people that say it's a conspiracy getting caught with child porn on their laptop?
Yeah. It's probably even posted on Pornhub too. But anyways, since you guys
I think it was Hunter Biden was on Pornhub.
Anyways, we got 30 seconds.
There's that lady that they kicked out of
Cecilia was like, really?
Promoting her OnlyFans.
Bring up Pornhub? I'm like, yeah, they brought it up.
Hey, if it's news, it's news, man.
Yeah.
If it leads, it leads.
Yeah. Anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, welcome back 2-hour 3 of the Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We have already done 2.5 hours of radio tonight, folks, and we're just getting ready to dive into the final 30 minutes. I swear we might need to actually go through like a speed round here to get through the articles and news I've seen on here this week. Okay, so here's a big Intel committee warns of serious national security threat. Did you see that one breaking today?
Tell me about
chairman of the House Permanent Committee on Intelligence, Mike Turner from Ohio, Republican, released a cryptic stating regarding a serious national security threat earlier today. Then it leaked out that it had to do with actually, let me let me go down here so I don't screw this up. Security pressed. I hope I have the right article here. I think basically this has to do with space, right? And it's either China or Russia that is looking to put into orbit nuclear weapons that will be aimed at our satellites.
Okay.
And, you know, he's saying it's a pretty serious national threat. We need to talk about it. We need to get into this. We need to let people know about it. And so we're letting people know about it, I guess.
Yeah.
That, you know, it's about China putting satellites into orbit, which with nuclear weapons that would target our satellites. Now, we have a Space Force, mind you, right? Space Force, hello?
Yep.
We do have a Space Force. So hopefully Space Force will come to the rescue now, and that's what they're there to do. I don't know. You know, what say you, Barry?
I mean, it's scary times. Technology really puts us in a precarious situation, if you want to know the truth. I mean, technology can elevate us, and it could also basically wipe out humanity. And the sad thing is the people that are in positions of power right now all around the world, 40 of them want to use technology to enslave humanity, set humanity free. And that's the big concern, man, is, you know, we got to get these people out of power, or else they're going to use technology to enslave us.
Mm-hmm. And I have a quick correction because I was reading an earlier article, and when I posted it, I figured I would know the details in my head when I got to it, and I mixed it up. It is Russia, in fact. That is the threat. Russia,
okay.
Related to everything we're doing in Ukraine. They're ready to retaliate, and if they do, it'll probably be through some sort of attack in the space sector against some of our satellites. And I don't know if this is, you know, Elon Musk or whatever, who knows, but we've got a Space Force, man. Let's see them do their thing.
Well, I would imagine if they hit the right satellites, that could do some serious damage down here on the ground in America.
Yeah, well, without a doubt. So it's also an EMP threat, right?
Yeah.
So if you blow up a nuclear bomb above a major city, it's going to send down enough radiation, enough electrons, so to speak, that every single computer, every single chip, every single anything that runs on a microchip will be fried. Okay, so folks, think about that. The gas station, fried. All the cash registered at the grocery store, fried. So they'll sell you food. It's rotting in their aisles. They want to sell you food, but cash only. Yep. Okay, well, you go to the ATM, that doesn't work. Heck, your car doesn't start.
Yep.
Because
well,
your
if you
car
want to know
has
what it's going to be like, watch that Leave the World Behind Obama film on Netflix. That gives you a good scenario of, you know, everything shutting down and how people are going to react.
So Netflix hired the Obamas, you know, Barack and Michelle, to come up with some story ideas. And, you know, let's make some good movies. Let's make some content, you know, feel good.
Let's
stuff,
elevate
right?
America. Let's make America again.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wrong.
And what did they come up with? What did they come up with though? What is the story they made? Doom and gloom about what? What's the name of the story?
Leave the World Behind.
Leave the world behind.
It's beyond doom and gloom. It is the end of America with absolutely zero hope whatsoever. Now, who would make a movie like that? Only somebody who hates America.
Yeah, or is, you know, wanting to, predictive programming is what they call it. predictive programming, where they show you things and you kind of see it and say, hey, okay, that, that could happen. You get your brain around it. Then when it does happen, you kind of saw it coming. You knew it could happen.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't freak out half as bad as you think you would until, in EMP, though, there's no water. There's no food coming in. Yeah, the grocery store's got it, but it just got looted and it's mostly empty now. You go down there by the time you get there and, honest God-fearing citizen, there's nothing on the aisles but believe it or not,
it's also
toilet
one way.
paper.
It's also one way to civil war because people will start turning on each other very quickly.
I'm saying in this scenario too. My God, they didn't touch the toilet paper. That'd be the irony. You go in there, all you have is
I don't think
toilet
that's going to be a big concern, but it might be. You never know.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, man, do you really need toilet paper? If it's really hitting the fan, do you need toilet paper? No, I can use it. I need the food. I'll carry food.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I was at a tree the other day and they were completely out of toilet paper. And I was like, hey, man, is something you need to know about? And they go, oh, no, somebody just keeps buying it. And then they're reselling it at their retail store or their convenience store, I think is what he said.
Huh.
I was like, well, put a limit on it.
Hoarding.
Quit hoarding all the toilet paper. Can you get toilet paper for $1.20 except for Dollar Tree?
But that was a precursor to what went down Australia. If you remember, the Chinese were going into stores and buying all the evaporated milk and toilet paper and it back to China because it was going down, but it wasn't going down in Australia. So they could buy it all in Australia and ship it back and make a bunch of money. Right? Precursors, but it's called arbitrage, right?
Yeah,
it's worth a lot over there. It's cheap here. You buy it cheap here, sell it there expensive, and boom, you make money. So I don't know. All right, let's get into politics. We've got the South Carolina primaries coming up. Donald Trump is currently up 45 points in South Carolina above Nikki Haley. What is it? I want to say 67 to 22. 67 to 22.
Very
Why is she still in this? Why is she still spending money to do this?
She said just the other day, she said she's definitely going to win. She said that.
Did she?
She sure did.
Really?
I mean, she's delusional as much as the left is.
That's insanity to me. She should drop out. Who is funding this? Right?
Good question.
Who's funding this?
I doubt it's basic average Joe American. That's for sure. Sure, but some people in high places that don't want to make America great again.
No, it's not. And she is a neocon.
Oh, absolutely. She wants the Social Security up to like 70. Remember when she said that? I don't know how long ago she said it. She was like, it's just.
Okay. I'm going to actually have her back because Social Security is done anyway. If you age up to 70, then by the time the people are turning, you put it on to 75 and then it kind of financial sense and it might survive, but 62, it ain't going to survive. So, and it's just been mismanaged to the point of insolvency. And I don't mean way out in the future, I mean like now. It's going insolvent right now. $1 billion in interest on the debt. That the second biggest expenditure the United States has right now behind Medicaid. Okay? So all the expenses the U.S. government has, the second biggest one, interest on a $35 trillion national debt.
Mm-hmm.
That's our biggest problem. How in the world are we going to give away all this to seniors because they quote unquote paid into it their whole life when we simply don't have it, not even close. So anyway, she's a neocon, she's a warmonger, endless wars, no good. Tony Bobulinski tells Congress that Biden sold automobiles as Joe Biden enabled his son to sell access to the most dangerous adversaries of the United States. Tony Bobulinski, Hunter's former business partner for many, many years, went to the House Oversight Committee and spilled the beans. He said he met with Biden one time for like 30 minutes.
Joe Biden,
definitely
Joe
talked
Biden, right?
business.
Joe.
Oh yeah, Joe Biden.
Okay.
Yeah, he met with Joe Biden.
Is that a new revelation? Because I've never heard him say that. I mean, he's been a whistleblower for quite a while now. So is that something that he's saying? Because I've never heard him say that, he was actually meeting directly with Joe Biden.
Yeah, it's the bottom line is it's a big problem for Joe. The guy's busted.
Well, it shouldn't matter because he's an old man.
Business
No, he's an old man. He come on, man. He's just got cognitive decline. Whatever evil and crimes he's done, we can't hold him accountable because, well, he's just not well now. But then right after they say he's not well,
jury would ever.
Kamala Harris comes out and says, he's sharp as a tack. Talk about it.
My problem with that is I bet there are thousands of people sitting in jail right now who are senile and have no idea why they're in prison. And every day they wake up, why am I in jail? What did I do? Well,
they're still paying for the
shot somebody
crime
40 years ago.
Yeah, they're still paying
for the crime. Just because you're senile doesn't mean you get a free pass for stuff you did when you were not senile.
That's what I was saying.
Joe Biden sat on stage and said, I have never talked business with my son. I've never discussed his business. And as somebody who had a father, when I was just getting into business, I talked with my dad about my business all the time. What am I doing? He loved to know what I was doing in business. How's things going? What problems are you having? What's going well? Tell me about it, son. Well, Dad, I got this coworker. Just do this and that. I talk business with my dad all the time. I invited him to my office when he came to visit me. All up and down the line. To say that you never talk business with your son is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And he ran on that. That was his whole thing.
Oh, yeah. And uniting us together
Completely.
And bringing back transparency to the government and accountability. And we're going to build back better. And I mean, the guy was a total liar from day one.
Yeah. Joe, you took money from China. What about all the money from China? Right? You got the money from Moscow, Joe. You did. And he said, no, you're the one that takes money from China. You're the one that does that. I don't do that. I'm above the law. $20 million has discovered so far.
I know.
And he said it's going to take him 20 years to unravel it all. And in just a couple years, they found $20 million. Yeah. Ooh. Unbelievable. This guy is so corrupt.
Yeah, so that's why Trump calls him Crooked Biden now. He dropped the Crooked Hillary and he just calls Biden Crooked Biden now. And I agree. I think it's a great title for him.
I want to see the House impeach Biden. They need to. They did Mayorkas. Now do Biden. Done.
I don't even care if it's symbolic. Do it. Get rid of the guy because he is a danger to this country. I mean, think about it. The whole world is looking at us and laughing at us and seeing how weak and pathetic we are under this guy's leadership. And if we've ever been vulnerable to an outside attack, now is the time. Think about it. We are as weak and broken and vulnerable as ever. And I said that when Biden got elected, I said that's going to be his job description, is to make us as weak and vulnerable as possible, to make us open to attack because they like to work through the crisis.
Oh, yeah. And I just saw an article today about how our military is like at the least level preparedness they've been at since like known history. They are all of the combat. Anyone who had experience with combat dropped out during the COVID mandates for the mRNA experimental shot, right? They all said, no, thank you. So now we've got all these people teaching combat training who have never seen combat. And the people they're bringing in, like who's joining the military right now? If you love this country and you really love what this country's about, you're not going to join the military. It's just really not on your plate because you've got more important things to do at home. You're not going to go off and fight for a country that really doesn't support your values. It's going to go into these money wars, these forever wars that the military and the complex gets rich off of. You don't want that. So you're not going to sign up to fight for Biden.
Yeah. Well, it's just more wars that nobody wants except for the corrupt elite, man. They're the only people that really want these wars. And the dumbed down masses that just don't know any
the
better
media.
to go along
Well, the media
with it.
does.
Yeah, that's the elite.
Yeah, well, see, the media are desperate. They need a war to like start selling newspapers and whatnot. You know.
Yeah.
It's let's see, we covered that. Gateway Pundit report: Joe Biden rejected proposal from Vladimir Putin to halt the war in Ukraine in 2023. And again in 2022, he rejected meetings. Basically, in 2023, though, or early in the year, Putin said, basically, we've taken these lines. We'll end it right now if we just, if everything we've taken so far we get, then the war is over. And they never even got a call back. They never got an acknowledgement. Biden wouldn't even talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, at least Donald Trump at that point would have ended the war. The war would have been over, and we wouldn't be sending another $100 billion to Ukraine.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we've talked about these neocons and these neoliberals and how they don't believe in negotiating. You know, they've even said, well, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Well, who else would you want to negotiate with? I mean, those are the very people that you're going to be battled with in wars and in different, struggles and battles. So you have to be willing to negotiate. And this was something Dick Cheney started when Bush Jr. was president. And the neocons and liberals have carried it on. That's why we have a perpetual state of war, because none of them believe in negotiating. And of course, you can demonize any country. You could demonize America if you wanted to. We're not perfect.
Yeah.
You know, you can demonize Saudi Arabia. You could demonize, all these European countries for different things. And that's what the media does. They're into the art of demonization. And they demonize, this is the bad guy, this is the good guy, when really it's a lot more grayer than that. It's not always so black and white.
This important bill. Mitt Romney said this is the most important bill that he'll ever vote on. Was sending money to Ukraine, another $60 billion. The most important thing he'll ever vote on. Why? How many more people are going to die because of this? And they say, well, it's not really foreign aid. It all goes to military contractors here in America who make weapons and send them over there. So we get, the value added. We get the economic boost. Well, that's a military industrial complex right there.
Mm-hmm.
You work for Raytheon. You make a good living. Wow. Let's vote Democrat for sure. Why not? Endless wars. It's good. No, that's blood money. That's blood
what they're
money.
thinking.
Yeah.
Shameful, man. It's absolutely shameful. I mean, they have no value for life, and that's what's frightening. They do not value human life, and nor children, nor women. A lot of times these sanctions kill way too many innocent women and children, and they do it anyway. And it doesn't hurt the regime. It just hurts the people that probably don't support their regime anyway, just like many Americans don't support this corrupt regime of the Biden regime.
Mm-hmm.
Biden does not represent America. Biden does. The Democrat and the rhinos, too. They don't represent America. These people are the people that we're fighting against to restore America, to make America great again. Or just make America great, as you say, which I like that term a little bit better as well.
Exactly. Stop saying, stop again, it's the only problem anyone on the left has is make America great. Oh, it's racist. I mean, what was it ever great? Just say make America great. That's all we want to do. Make America great. If you call me racist for saying that,
everyone. We don't want to just pick and choose. We don't want to say, this group gets the prosperity. This group doesn't. This, equality and justice for all, which, by the way, the left does not honor. They believe in equity and injustice. So they are our enemies. I'm sorry to say. I mean, I that's where I disagree with Brent, man. These people are enemies of America. And then the ones that maybe don't believe in that, but go along with it, they're just as bad. People need to stand up and have a backbone. Even if you're a Democrat and you disagree with this tyranny and this totalitarianism, you need to say, hey, man, I don't agree with the right politics, but you know what? I disagree with this tyranny and this totalitarianism and this, hatred towards America.
Exactly. A rising tide lifts all ships. A rising tide lifts all ships.
Who said that?
When America is great, I don't know. From some fisherman probably from in New England. I don't know. But a rising tide lifts everyone. When America does, everybody gets better. Everybody does better.
Mm-hmm.
And they saw it in Donald Trump. They saw it before the pandemic. That's why they're pandemic. That's why they even needed to go so far as to create the fake pandemic. Because they were scared to death. Everyone's starting to realize that the policies of the right, conservative policies
are working.
Get government out of the way. Get government out of the way. Lower regulations, lower taxes. Guess what? You lower taxes, you get more revenue. It's called the Laffer curve. The Laffer curve. Look it up. If you lower taxes, you can get more revenue if you're past the peak tax level. If you're below the peak tax level, then you get less revenue. But if you're above it, of what everyone makes, they work harder when they get taxed lower. I know I would. I know I go out there and make 50, 60 a year. The government takes half of it. Why bother? Why even bother?
Well, I think that's
there's a point. You go out and make 200, 300, 400, 500. Great, fine, you're doing good. You make 50 to like 70, 80,000. You're screwed. You're like no better off than if you're making 20 grand. It's all blends together at that point. You just have a slightly better car. Is about all it is.
Well, there is some answers, man. You need to just learn to, in difficult times, you need to learn to strategize, improvise, and adapt, and make some sacrifices, man, so that when we do come out of it, you're not trying to catch up. You don't want to be playing catch up. You want to, when Trump comes back and he turns the economic engines on, you want to be catapulted, like I don't know, an NFL football kickoff or something. You don't want to just be trying to play catch up for 2 years when the prosperity is flowing in America. So make those sacrifices now. Maybe that means just simply avoiding buying coffee at Starbucks 2 or 3 times a week instead of doing it 5 times a week or something, Little things, make little adjustments because they add up.
You can put a bowl over your head and then take a pair of clippers and just go around the rim of the bowl, and you've got a beautiful haircut that's even and perfect all the way around.
Well, I've been cutting my own hair for 25 years, and I haven't had anybody tell me that they didn't like my hair. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. No, you can cut your own hair. It's really not that hard. It's just you got to be very careful and
Well, it took me about 6 times, which just basically meant every time I messed up, I had to shave down to the nub. But that's okay because I'm a man and I can do that.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways out there that just, I don't know, man. It was shocking to me that, like, I look back on my 20s and I didn't just pack a lunch every day when I went to work. But I figure I'm working really hard and I deserve to get a nice, meal and, I'm working so hard. But no, you're not. The guy in the construction crew down the road is working hard. I wasn't. I was sitting in an office, cold calling. That guy down the road at the construction site was working hard, and guess what? He packed a. And in many years more than I did until I actually make. It's goes without saying. Anyway, folks, we are looking at the last minute here of the show. Barry, 30 seconds. Any last words?
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Man, vote for Trump. That's all I got to say. If you want to come out of this economic despair, and let's just start having some civil discourse. Let's unite. Let's come together. Let's not fight. Let's not have infighting, right? Because we really need to unite, find the common ground. I love about listening to Brent, man. He's an awesome mind, and I love listening to him. And we can disagree on some things, but totally be agreement on so many things.
And your time's up. Folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Internet edition, where we hang out, have a great time, and give you, I think, the news that you need to know to get through the week. We will see you on Sunday night, but stay tuned. Our producer, Mark at DREAGUS Productions, has a lot more content ready to go tonight, so stay tuned.
Take all this. I'm tired of it, man.
All right, and we are clear from the radio side.
No, that's how you end a show right there.
I'll tell you what, this show was great. Jam-packed. I love it. You guys did an awesome job.
Yeah.
You always have great guests.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, brother.
And Barry was cool, too.
My brother!
Yeah. And
Barry
he
was
didn't
what?
break out the bullhorn too many times.
Yeah, you said you basically didn't fuck up too much.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm cool with that.
Now, are we doing post show here for a few, or you got to go?
Yeah, I got a few more minutes before I do post show setup. I'm still clearing from the stations, making sure everything is good to go.
And I just want to remind everybody out there, if you're listening at this point in the show, you are a loyal listener. I mean, we're 3 hours in, you're still here. So go to Dissidently Speaking. Dissident has 2 S's. DissidentlySpeaking.com, and pre-order Brent's book for 99 cents, because the next time he comes on, we're all going to have that book in our brain, and we're all going to be talking about it. I want to get him for 2 hours. I guarantee he'll come on for 2 hours if we, I said, hey, we all read the book. We're ready to go. We'll get him for 2 hours, and we'll dive into that in depth. And you don't want to be on the outside not knowing what we're talking about. So please, buy the book, get it, read it, and next month, on the first Wednesday of March, we'll be ready to go.
Yeah. And if you're over on TMV Cafe and we're listening there as well, stay tuned for Zombie Zach. He has a show called After Rot. But you only stay there for about a half hour, because then I start up my other show, the all-new Cafe Enigma, which will be coming up at the top of the hour here for pre-show, that you, all of you out there that are listening right now, will get to hear all the behind stuff just like this show.
No, Mark, I got to say, I think you're abusing a little bit the term all new, right? Because
No, it's all new because originally I did it. All right, Cafe Enigma. Now it's all new because it's a whole new cast, different crew, different topics, how they cover it.
Mm-hmm.
I just have the name, and we just use the name.
But at any point, will the show lose the amateur of all new?
Of who?
Right? Like, if you're on for... If in 10 years from now, is it still going to be the all-new Cafe Enigma?
It may change by then. Who knows? It's up to the hosts now. They kind of like it because they don't have to come up with their own name. So, not saying that my other hosts on that show are a little lazy, but
I kind of have to at some point, right?
The reboot. All new sounds better than reboot.
It's like it's yeah. I'm trying to think of a sequel to a show that came back. I don't know, Joni Loves Chachi. It's not the all new Joni Loves Chachi.
No, it's season 2.
I don't.
Yeah. See, on TV you can do seasons. Radio don't really work like that.
We could.
Yeah.
Like year 3. We could call it seasons instead of years.
Yeah.
Like we're about to start season 5 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show in May. Would you say like May 18th, something like that?
Mm-hmm. Coming up on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
We need to do a really big spectacular on that Wednesday show for the 4-year anniversary.
And bring back some original people. Yep.
Absolutely.
I think that would be great if you could get Josh and Rizzo just to pop in for a few minutes, if not the whole show. That'd be great.
Yeah, Farm Fresh. Just get a bunch of people in here. Yeah, Sick of the Lies, Kate, Willie.
I think it'd be better on the Sunday show to do that because you have most of your crew already there, and the Wednesday show is still newer.
Well, the Wednesday gives us 3 hours to go through.
Right,
And really,
3 hours.
Like,
you can
bring
spread them
everybody
out
in, give them half hour each.
Yeah. But trying to wake up, Josh or someone that.
You know what? We can do both.
Yeah.
We can do both.
Excuse me.
That's
Oh, that went down wrong. I'm trying to eat a hot turkey sub here while I'm talking to you in between. Yeah, we'll talk about it Sunday, okay? I'm gonna switch over to the all new Cafe Enigma. Stick around, folks. You guys were awesome as always. Let me see if Skype will let me hang up or if I'll have to restart it.
Hi, man.
All right.
Stay tuned for the all-new Cafe Enigma on
Enigma.
Drake and Gus Productions.
What? Okay,
sorry, Mark.
Junior.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That was rude.
I
won't do it again.
I deserved that after the peeing on the rock thing. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. I get it.
All right, man. I'll see you.
Yeah. Take care, guys.
Peace.
Oh boy, doesn't look like Skype's gonna take and let me do that. So, hold on.
And by the way, I was filling up my water bottle there.
Yep, filling your
I
water
thought Mark had
bottle.
already left. I was waiting for you to leave to fill up my water bottle. But yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we're still
Hello.
here. Hello. Yeah, now it quit. All right, folks. Let me restart Skype up. Get this going again. If it will. Let's try this again. Do 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 do. Probably signing me back in again. Yep, sure is. Oh yeah, don't worry, we're not late or running behind at all because this is just a pre-show. The actual show starts at in about 25 minutes, which I hope Skype doesn't take that long to restart. Keeping an eye out. All right. I'd like to thank everybody out there in chat supporting us, and it's great when I can take and come into your channels and support you back. Thank you very much for coming in tonight, and even if you're not chatting, I really appreciate your support. And for those of you who are, awesome job. Appreciate you. Let's get some more people in chat once I take and get my last show on and connected tonight.
Hello. How are
Hello,
you?
hello. Hey there, Victoria. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty well.
I seen you followed me on Facebook today. Was that you that followed me?
I'm sorry. No, because I'm not on Facebook. It was Nancy. You know, she said she told you that she wouldn't be there tonight.
Right, Nancy won't be in tonight.
And she said she loves you all. She loves you guys very much. That's what she wanted to pass on.
Yeah, I know.
So, yeah.
That's why we have a group for the show. It makes it easier. You know, someone's not there. There's always someone to help cover.
Oh, good. Who's coming in? A new person?
You know, hopefully that'll be you. You know, one day taking over. You know.
Oh, you mean in a pinch?
Yeah. In the pinch.
Oh. Yeah, I probably have to read up on how to do that.
Well, you don't have to read up on it. It's just you bring people in when it's time to come in, and you say it's time to go when it's time to go. You know, break time's the same way.
Mm-hmm. I will have to be watching for your messages.
Yeah.
To know about the breaks and all that good stuff. But did you have a nice Valentine's Day?
It's just another day for me. I don't have anybody. You know.
Well, I don't know if your kids or.
No, my kids aren't here today, but they'll be here tomorrow.
That's good. You know.
Yeah.
Love has no special dates, you know. So.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it does, but you know. So. Yeah.
Well, you might be.
So
you might be hosting the show tonight.
Huh?
You might host the show tonight.
Oh wow! Wouldn't that
be great?
Yeah. Oh no! See how well on the fly.
Yeah. Oh.
That's
how we do it anyways.
Here, right?
You know, we're always on the fly somehow, some way.
Mhm. That's true. Yeah, I guess because it's spontaneous pretty much that's unless you have a guest come.
Yeah, we don't have any guests planned tonight that I know of. Nancy is the one that usually brings in guests.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Dee likes to hear himself, I think. We don't. He's brought in a guest, I think, once or twice.
Yep. Well, that's fine because, that really helps the radio show go well if someone, has that gift of eloquence and entertainment.
Yeah.
Gift of gab. And but Dee is going to be here.
Yep.
And John. Good, hopefully. Yeah.
Avenged. Welcome to the chat room. Appreciate you, man. What's the craziest thing I've seen on Kick? I've seen some weird stuff. I don't think it's crazy or craziest, but there are some different things about the platform that are different than other platforms. And the way people work it here. Let me, while we're talking, I'm going to bring up Telegram for this show.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll let you know as soon as I get connected up. So you can watch that. Because I know we have, for this show, we have folks that like to listen to us on Telegram. And it will probably take about as long as it took me to get Skype rebooted.
I know that are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. It says about talking about current events things. How much do people know about plans or anons or anything? Is that pretty much not known or amongst?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
It's interesting to get them. Sometimes we can get folks in that are connected to them, but actually who they are,
Mm-hmm.
I consider my first show hosts, Censorship Sucks, to be an anon.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Because you'll never hear his real name, and you won't ever see his face, but he has an opinion. Is that John yawning in the background?
Does it look like John?
I don't know. I'm not looking. I'm used to radio,
Do you see an orb? Is there an orb? I saw your recent, shots on YouTube. Interesting. That John there.
Yeah?
Yeah, they were. They were interesting.
My husband wanted to ask you, he said he seems to think that that you're being struck by lightning and a couple of times.
You're talking to Dee, not John. You're talking to Daryl, not John.
Oh, okay. I thought it was John. Okay, John's voice is deeper. Sorry. I'm very sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
We all look the same on radio, right?
Yeah.
That's right. Orbs.
Hey, did you guys ever watch The Minions?
No.
I've watched it. Is that the one with the little laughing? Yeah. Yes, those are cute.
Do you remember when the evil guy came out and he I think it was in the second movie, and he brought out a gun and it farted and he said, "I said a dart gun."
Oh.
Do you remember did you remember the scene?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Well, I was at the auction, and guess what I found?
You found that gun.
A fart gun?
Yep.
That laugh is perfect.
Yep, got it sitting there. I got my dart gun sitting on my desk.
Oh, that laugh, though, that's that's great. The sound effects of that little. Of course, we all know what the other sounds like.
Yeah, I watched a video on the Minions, and it's the language they're speaking is French. I think somebody told. Yeah, I think the guy said it was French and Portuguese.
Huh. I did not know that.
Yeah.
I just thought it was something that they.
Oh, another little fun fact. I was watching do you remember the miniseries Martian Chronicles?
I don't remember that one.
Okay. The star of the show, I forget what the actor's name is. He's talking, he's in the right spot on Mars, and a thing happens where he meets a Martian, but they're from different times. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he in their exchange, he asks him the secret to their lives. And the guy starts explaining to him, but he uses a phrase that he said, basically what he said was, we just try to live our lives the way the creator of something like the creator of this world or something like that intended us to. And when you hear it, you think, oh Lord, they believed in God too, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, Vicky, that since I've been going, me and Lisa started going back to church, how many references there actually was up until early 2000 to get in, especially in science fiction movies.
I'm impressed. That's impressive.
Yeah. Up until about 8-9 months ago, I had watched a lot of these movies and miniseries, and I had never remember any reference to God, but they're all over it.
Yeah. That's. I don't know how they could. I mean, with science fiction, yeah, you would think that.
You mean you never watched Ray Bradbury stuff?
I watched. That's what I'm saying. I've watched a lot of Ray Bradbury.
Ray Bradbury was the one that did Gods of Mars.
No, well, I understand, but what I'm saying is there's a difference. I mean, there's a lot of references to gods, but when you get down to the true thing, it's a god.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm sure that you've already enlightened Vicky on why Nancy's not going to be here tonight.
No.
Yeah, I knew from the weekend.
Okay.
And she says to tell you guys she loves you. And she.
Yeah, I've talked to her. I can feel for Roth right now because we went through pretty much the same thing with Lisa's mom.
Yeah. Oh, that's a really hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
And it's just so hard to watch them go downhill. And yeah. I literally had to pull on my paramedic training, and I had to stay disconnected.
Yeah, you do. It's a lot easier for non-family members to kind of be giving the care because you don't have those heart strings being, ripped apart.
Speaking about that, I've got a couple of stories to tell about her passing that you will find strange.
Well, did she know the Lord?
If she did, she never mentioned it to me.
Okay. So.
But she may have towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm firmly believe that somebody came to get her. Speaking of the ever popular, the phenomenal, the comic book hero, John Bell is here.
Oh.
What's up?
The guy
John
that they
Bell.
modeled the 1990s video game Booger Man after.
John Bell. Oh yeah, John Bell.
No, seriously, we played that on Nintendo's Super Nintendo system, and his catchphrase was Booger.
Oh gosh.
So.
Did you say boogers?
It was a cute little name.
John Bell.
Game. What?
John Bell.
You still hung up on my name, you believe it?
It's a good name.
John Bell. He's a ding dong. Okay.
Oh, you better watch that.
Are your ears ringing?
They all got lips.
Do what now?
Are your ears
It's the
ringing?
cutest little song you ever had. Those of you who will not sing, you must be playing with your own. Anyways. John Bell.
Both not allowed. Whether you're wearing a tutu or not.
With bells on.
I always like to tell a joke. Do you know why women in the South? Do you know why women in the South are like the phone company?
Uh-oh.
Because they're a bunch of ding-a-lings.
Yeah.
What? That didn't even make any sense.
Think about it.
I did.
Well,
I
back in the
thought about
day,
it.
that would have made more sense than,
I'm pretty sure the women I dated didn't have ding-a-lings, but the ones you dated had ding-a-lings. I don't know what to say to that.
Well, you can go the other way and say, why do they call women in the South Southern Bells?
I like my girlfriends without the ding-a-ling.
I'm telling you. Man, did I come in the wrong time? I come back later. Y'all want me later? I'll come back later.
Oh,
John Bell.
Better not.
Let me, since I've got y'all here, let me tell you the joke that almost caused me not to date my current wife.
You got about 2 minutes.
What do you call a woman who has lost 90% of her mental capacity?
My ex-wife.
A widower.
Ha 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 ha. Hey, you know the bird that brings your baby to you, the stork?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, you know what the name of the bird is that stops that?
No.
The swallow.
Oh gosh, that's terrible. That's terrible. I can't believe you said that. That's terrible.
It's a bird. Have you ever seen the swallows and the little parakeets and the little finches and
that joke leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Oh,
Yeah,
Vicky.
And tonight, John Bell.
Stork told me the joke.
John Bell
I'm
is
gonna be
in
so
the
nice and not even
house.
touch that
John Bell,
Yeah, I know.
everyone.
So you already touched it and rolled in it and went, huh?
That tastes like honey.
That's like honey. Did you have cantaloupes yesterday?
No.
Y'all might not want me on the radio tonight. I might need to take a break here.
Yeah, you have to be here. Our other fearless leader,
Oh, I don't know.
who should wear a tutu, is not going to be here.
Who's not coming?
Nancy.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, tell him.
Roth's mom's in the hospital and she's going downhill fast. Or in the hospice and she's going downhill fast.
Yeah, that definitely ain't good there.
No, it's not. It's not.
No, it's that's hard. It's hard, you know.
And we're gonna interview Mark and his thoughts on Bigfoot tonight.
No, Bigfoot's okay.
We won't. He doesn't mind stepping in that one, right?
No. Stepped in what?
Yeah.
Shot who with a rubber fork?
Yeah, my video of last week has now passed 28,000 views on X.
Wow.
And you know how many views it's got on YouTube? 330.
830 on YouTube?
330.
Oh, that's because half the idiots on YouTube anyway are trying to find another pod challenge or something.
Well, it's the guys that run it don't want no real UFO stuff. I've heard that they sort of frown on the new UFO stuff. If it looks real, then you're not supposed to see it. It's like you're not supposed to look at God or something. Well, if God shows up, I might be doing a little bit of looking down and on my knees praying stuff, but I'm still going to try to look at the guy, be like, "Hey, man, sorry I kind of messed up a few times, but hey, nice to meet you. Please don't send me to hell." Then I'd be like, I was talking about a bird, right?
I want a UFO to land in the South so bad.
They already have.
No, I want them to land in a populated area.
They did that.
Yeah, was it Miami?
No, I'm talking about like in Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, that area.
Well, we got them.
So Florida doesn't count then? Oh, man.
Hey, I think in 2 minutes, or you sure your clock's right, Mark?
Yeah.
Mine says 9:27.
I got 27 here.
I got 9:27.
Buffer files are running right now.
1-0.
Are you ready? John
Always.
Bell.
No. No.
Are you ready?
No.
Hand with the plan. Secret Agent Man, John Bell.
I would make a good spy.
No, I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking dun dun dun.
Yeah, the guys that make good spies are not me. They're not 6'4". I stand up. So yeah, it'd be like, hey, we're going to have him mounted before the sun goes down on their wall. Go get him. So I'd have to be like the Invisible Man or something for that to work. And then I'd bang my head and give myself away, and they'd all shoot me anyway. So
no, you're going to get beamed up because you're friends with the guys from above. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll hold my breath on that one.
Agent John Bell.
You like saying his name.
Yeah, me.
I just started that. I don't know why. I mean, it's just like, you guys started up with. No, it was D. It was like John. I'm like, yeah, okay, well, I'll just ride on it. John Bell.
No, I talked to Cat Turd's friend on X, and they looked at some of my videos, and they come back and they said, hey, man, when that thing lands, we want to ride. And I said, yes, definitely. I will pick you up, but I will kick them out first. And I said, we're going to go to Mars or somewhere like that. Cool. And then we'll figure it out from there. So
figure it out from there. Yeah. Are you going to trust their GPS?
Oh, I don't need no GPS. I can see the little red planet. If I can find it in the yard,
it's not
I ain't got
red.
no problem finding it.
It's really not red once you get up there. You know that, right? It's blue.
I guess.
Mars is blue.
Oh, it's orange. It's orange. You can see it from the telescope.
That's because you're looking through the atmosphere of our own planet. It's just like the sun is not yellow. It's white.
Yeah, it's bright. So
Okay,
you've been
John.
in space. You look through the atmosphere and see what
30
color
seconds,
it was.
folks. Look out. 30 seconds. If we're late coming on, it's because of John Bell.
We can do a lot of things in 30 seconds. Just ask Dorothy. She says, okay.
Are you
my
ready?
My daughter came into this world in 30 seconds.
Are you ready, D? Because here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side. Right now.
Right now. All right, it's time for an all-new Cafe Enigma. I'm your host, Big D, coming to you live from the Double Wide Bunker here in the underground location in the undisclosed area of Franklin, Georgia. Welcome to the show. It is 9:31. This is the February 14th edition of our show. Yeah, let me go ahead and introduce our panel. We've got the ever perky, bubbly, vivacious, the awesome fairy that puts Tinkerbell to shame. She was actually Tinkerbell's teacher. Vicky. Hi, Vic.
Hello. Happy Valentine's Day.
Hi. Oh, thank you. Happy Valentine's Day to you. And the guy who knows more about UFOs because they talk to him. The man who can go anywhere and is never alone. The ever perky, bubbly, vivacious, he bounds and cavorts in his yard a lot, John Bell. Hi, John.
How's it going? Yeah, it's not Valentine's Day. I've been informed it's called Wiener Christmas.
Oh.
That's
We've
what I
got
heard.
to hear the story about that one.
Yeah, there's a video behind it. What's the guy's name?
Wiener Christmas.
Ginger Billy. You guys got to watch Ginger Billy on YouTube. It's hilarious. He puts on little shorts for his wife on Valentine's Day, and does all kinds of washes the car, gets himself all wet and sudsy to get his wife all excited, you know. And yeah, he calls it Wiener Christmas, and it just kind of stuck in my head since then. So
I'm gonna have to tell that one to Big Mama. We'd like to also, without further ado, our producer, director, we would give him script writer, but you can't make this stuff up. The guy that runs the hamsters that make the whole thing go, Mark down in Texas. Hi, Mark.
Hey, what's going on? I got rid of the hamsters. I got badgers running now. Yeah, and we even get to milk the badgers. And if you can figure out how to milk a badger, hey, we're in business.
You know, the rumor on cruise.
If you can survive milking a badger, is more like it. Anyway,
there are no words.
Our missing component tonight, my co-host and the ever awesome Nancy Planetta. She is not going to be here tonight. Our feelings, our hearts go out to her and her better half, Rafi. Raf's mother is in hospice tonight, and she is not doing well. And so all of our prayers, love, hopes, and thoughts go to Raf and Nancy tonight, because I know personally that is a very tough situation to be in right now.
Yep.
Very tough.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
I know because my mother-in-law we had hospice care here at the house, and she passed away here, and it was kind of interesting to kind of go into paranormal with it a little bit. We kept smelling as it got close to her time to pass. We kept smelling like smoke from the fireplace. Now, the smoke, we couldn't understand because the fireplace had been cleaned and there had not been a fire in it for quite some time. I think a couple, 3 years we had not had a fireplace. But you could only smell it if you stood where her dad used to lean against the mantel.
Oh.
If you moved a foot either way, you couldn't smell it.
Huh.
And then there were several people there, and when she passed away, the woman from hospice was standing next to the fireplace in that exact location, and all of a sudden she started sniffing, and my wife asked her what was wrong, and she said, "I smell smoke like there's a fire." And she stepped about 2 steps towards my wife, and it was gone. So, well, I think somebody came to meet her as she passed. So, anyway, it's kind of a weird. Haven't smelt it since either.
Huh.
But like I said, our prayers go out to Rolf and Nancy tonight, and because what they're going through is tough. All right. With that being said, Nancy will want to start with the show. Man, I was trying to think this afternoon where to go with this show, and then Nancy, and I don't know exactly where to go. Let me just start by doing this. Vicki, have you got anything that you want to bring up before I get started?
No. We had a lot shootings today, I guess, and it was just sort of the irony of there was that Valentine's Day massacre, and back then, and it was it's the Chicago Mafia, there's people in it. It's just sort of weird.
Real blood in this one, though. They didn't have the one in Nashville, so I wonder if they got real blood in this one.
Well, I'm personally, I'm thinking about. You can call me a conspiracy theorist if you want to. I'm watching some of these that have gone on for the past couple of months, and it just, I don't know. There's just something that doesn't sound. They don't seem right.
They're like a bunch of actors around and stuff. Well, it ain't gonna stop me from going to the range tomorrow. I've been going to the range, so I'm going on Thursday. I'll see y'all down there.
Yes. Oh, hey, that's another story right there, guys. When you talk about things, since Biden has become president,
mm-hmm.
the number of liberals or Democratic voters who have bought weapons
is off the chain.
Yeah. I mean, back your truck up and load up.
Yep.
Yeah. Even some of these people, I had read 3 articles where people said, I used to think that people didn't need guns, but now I've changed my mind.
My gun. What are you talking about?
Well, I had somebody ask me one time, do you think if people should be allowed to own any weapon they want to? And I said, yeah. And they said, well, what about a nuclear bomb? And I never missed a beat. No, I never missed a beat. I said, if they can keep up with the maintenance, have all the necessary permits, and prove they know how to handle it, sure.
Well, think about this. Biden is now certifiably too old to be held accountable for any of his actions, and he's got the little red button in the damn briefcase. So think about that one.
And people were worried about Trump and the little red button.
And then his son tried to get the gun illegally, lied on his background check, and he's still out walking around doing coke. Yeah, forget about it. I ain't worried about any of that stuff. I don't even pay attention to it anymore.
No, and I'm gonna keep reminding people. Back in the middle of January, I had, and it's still gnawing at me, I have a tremendous gut feeling. Something, I don't know what, and I don't know when, but something is going to happen that is, it's not war, not any of that mess. Something is going to happen. It is going to fundamentally change the way we see and act were worried in the world. About Trump.
Did you hear what the sheriff's departments are getting the feedback from?
No, go ahead.
They had a big meeting with the sheriffs, probably from any or all of the states that could attend.
Right, in D.C., right?
In the meeting, they basically told the sheriffs to get ready, that there's a bunch of terrorists that they know for a fact is going to do something. It's not a matter of if they're going to do it, it's when they're going to do it. And they said it is coming. So if they get a bunch of sheriffs riled up that way, then there's got to be something to it. With a wide open border, it's not a far walk to figure out that, hey, they're going to blow some stuff up.
Director Ray already admitted that already, too. So, you know, he's in charge of the FBI. Wouldn't he know?
He should. They should all know, but that you seen the one guy get stopped at the border by the journalist, and the guy turned around and looked at the woman, and the woman goes, oh, hey, where are you from, and all this stuff, and what's your name? And he goes, you're going to find out who I am before too long. Remember that guy? And then they find out the guy is a terrorist. So has that guy been picked up? No, he ain't been picked up. And if he has, nobody's talking about it.
Here's something that a lot of people don't know about. There, back in 2000 or in 2020, a sheriff started a organization for sheriffs around the country. If the FBI, NSA, any of those people tried to come in and crack down on people's guns, they would be arrested.
Yep.
Yeah. In fact, our county here in Heard County in Georgia is one of the Second Amendment sanctuaries. They would be arrested. We don't. In fact, Georgia passed law. You're not supposed to need a permit as long as your weapon is in plain sight. Now, if you want to carry it inside your jacket, you have to have a concealed carry.
Yeah. The way it is.
And you know what's absolutely amazing was all of the people against this law, their big thing was, oh, you're going to wind up just having people arbitrarily shot. You're going to wind up with gunfights in the street. We're just going to have a mess. And I'm still waiting for the first news article. What I'm reading are idiots who lie on their background searches or their background investigations or buy the weapon illegally. And that's the ones I'm hearing about. I'm not hearing about law-abiding citizens.
Yep.
You know, we've got over 350 laws on the books right now to deal with illegal gun ownership or gun crime.
Yep.
But when somebody is arrested, it's always an afterthought. Have you ever noticed that?
You mean for having the gun or using it like in a shooting kind of?
If you use a weapon other than murder in a commission of a crime, they will list parking violations and then list the laws you broke carrying a gun.
Yep.
In Georgia, now I don't know about other states, but in Georgia, the illegal gun ownership is like way down on the bottom. Well, let's just throw that out, or we can make it a parking ticket. But there are already over 350 laws, including background checks.
Yep. And that keeps changing too. They keep adding stuff onto that.
Yeah, in Tennessee,
right now,
we don't have to have. Go ahead.
They've got marijuana. If you get a prescription for marijuana from your doctor, they've got it fixed. Once you answer that, then you have to lie on the background check, and that's not right.
Well, that's like I found out a lot of doctors under some of the new guidelines are supposed to ask every patient, do you own a gun?
Yeah.
Huh.
I forget who asked me a questionnaire about if I had a gun collection and all this crap. And I'm like, well, that's none of your damn business. Oh, well, it's on the question. I'm like, well, it can stay on there. You can mark a big on the BB gun.
Yeah, tell them I own BB guns and air rifles.
Got a Daisy Red Ryder right here, boy, and I can shoot you right in the butt with it all the way out of the yard.
And here
what they don't tell you about air rifles now is you can buy a 50 caliber air rifle.
Then you have to on the background. Oh yeah, big time. That because you know where they got started. They got started in Europe where they took all the guns away. So they're all running around with BB guns, and they made them bigger. And then before you know it caught on, and then it made it over here. And then people are like, "Hey, that ain't such a bad idea."
Guidelines are supposed to. Well, here's the thing. First of all, and I'm going to express this. This is my point of view. This is not necessarily the view held by any other presenter on this show or the producer of this show. If you don't want to own a weapon, don't own one. If you don't feel comfortable using one, don't use it.
That's it.
I personally have owned weapons for self-protection and sport
air rifles. Yep.
For well over years. And I have never pulled one in anger.
Yep, never.
I've pulled one twice in the protection of my family, but I have never in anger. Pulled one in anger. I don't point it at people arbitrarily. I've pulled one twice, as millions of lawful gun owners have done for many, many years. So quit trying to design laws and hurt legal gun owners and start making laws and procedures to get the bad people.
Yep.
All right. I just had to say that and get it off my chest.
Well, you should be a lot lighter now. That was a lot to get off.
Yep. Vicki, what were you trying to say a minute ago?
I was just going to say, changed a little bit in Tennessee. They used to have a concealed carry permit, and now we do not have to have a concealed carry permit in Tennessee. So, now so many people around here, they like hunting. I mean, it's pretty much for sport. I mean, that's mostly what people have or those kind of, hunting rifles and all that kind of stuff. But now, if they want to go into other states, it's advised, well, they have to get a concealed carry permit in those states that require them. But apparently there's reciprocity with 38 states that they, you don't have to have a concealed carry, which.
But be careful. We still have states now that if it doesn't matter if it's locked in your trunk, it doesn't matter if it's in a gun box, locked in your trunk. If you have a weapon and you get pulled over in particular states, and I would have to go back to be 100% sure on this, they can not only confiscate the weapon, but they can arrest you. And they've had problems in the past by police officers who, by federal law, are supposed to carry their weapons with them at all times. And they've had police officers from other states arrested and had their service weapon confiscated. And you've got the chief of one department being told by another chief, sorry, you're just out of weapon.
Yeah, that's wrong.
It's absolutely wrong, but it's still going on right now.
Huh.
But
I see, was in New Jersey and some of the northern states. The people were driving across the state, and the police officers had the information that the person the car was registered to was a concealed carry permit. And they would pull them over on the side of the road. Where's the gun? We want the gun now. And start searching the car and stuff. Now, I don't know if anybody put a stop to that, but I know there was a bunch of lawsuits involved because one of the guys that had the permit, his wife and children got put to the curb while they took the whole damn car apart.
Oh, they've had people with federal firearms licenses. This you are legally permitted to carry regardless of what a state law says. And yet they've had them arrested and had weapons confiscated. I was trying to think where it was. I think it was in Illinois. They actually, one city passed no guns in their town. Oh, what was it? Lord. I just had it on the tip of my tongue. And there was another town in Georgia that went up with them. But this town in Illinois, there was a guy who had antique weapons. I mean, like flintlocks and old pistols. And most of them the barrels were blocked. They couldn't be fired. They couldn't even be loaded. And the city said,
the displays.
But
inert is used.
They told him that if he did not remove them from the city limits, that they would confiscate everything he had. And he had over $100,000 in weapons.
Well, that's where he needs to replace them. Well, the real ones that just put his foot down.
Well, in Kennesaw, Georgia.
I know where that's at.
Yep. And from experience, Darvin Purdy, who was the mayor at the time, the city of Kennesaw passed a law that said every home head of house had to own a weapon.
Yep, I remember that.
And a lot of people wanted to raise a big stink, but here's the rub. If you didn't own one, there was no penalty written into the law.
Yep.
And in fact, they were on Phil Donahue arguing about it.
Yep.
A talk show back then, for some of you who are not that old. It was an afternoon talk show, and they actually nationwide, this whole fight went on. And I think the city in Illinois finally had to back off. I mean, if you've got antique weapons that are not loaded, they're single shot, and in most cases, the barrels have some kind of plug in them. You know, how can you actually, that's a and could kill somebody. What are you going to do? Bled to death?
Well, I think if the gun is so old anyway, it qualifies as an R, and that doesn't require a background check. If the gun is like 100 years old, I mean, it's got to be.
I talked to a guy the other day that bought a 50 caliber flintlock, one of those that you put together.
Yeah.
And he had to fill out a background report for that.
Yeah.
So, listen, speaking of bad things happening, John brought it up. We can pretty much, if you live in a major city, find a safe place.
Yep. You're gonna need one.
You come out here to my part of the country and try it, we will hunt you to ground.
Yep. Florida, we'll give you unlimited tags.
Can you imagine, though? I mean, really? I mean, with all the people that own guns and like multiple guns, can you imagine if anybody tried something like that? All of the, guns that be flying out of people's cars and pockets and everything. I mean, whatever would happen to be over in 30 minutes?
You just take electricity away, and then the water stops, and then you got all these people walking around that can't eat. They can't prepare their food. They ain't got any food. Their refrigerator's out. Everything's spoiled. They got a can of beans and a bunch of kids. and they're liberal. So look out.
Yeah. And with that, we're going to our first break, and we'll be right back after this.
We're going to a break, and when we come back, we're going to find something else to rail about while we're here. Y'all stick around, get your cup of coffee, come back and join us. Bye.
We're on radio break.
Are we on break?
We're on break.
Okay, so what was that snide little comment?
What,
producer?
What snide little comment?
Oh, we're coming to break, thank God.
Yeah, and we're coming to break, and be right back
scary.
After this.
It's not very loving, but
no,
I'm just jumping in where Nancy would.
No, if you want to see what people are like, when you take the power and the water away, just look at Louisiana when it flooded out from the hurricane. That's all you got to do. Even for shooting people. I mean, people are animals. They are animals.
I can tell you what happened. One of the biggest problems they had was as soon as that happened in Louisiana, they actually had people were coming out of the affected areas flowing out. And then the FEMA showed up. Well, FEMA's got so many groups, and in a lot of cases, you may have 2, 3, or 4 groups that are different parts of the government, but they're doing the same job. See, I took FEMA certification. There are more acronyms in FEMA than you have ever seen in your life. And the biggest problem was somebody's department got down there and they had boats everywhere willing to go in and get people, and they said, nope, you can't go.
Still took them 6 days to get water there. You think that was intentional?
Oh, and
yeah,
I wish I could have got my hands on that news reporter. They're in a van with cases of water, right? Driving down the road, filming people and talking about how deplorable and how bad people needed water, and they're not handing out not one, they're not giving a ride to anybody. They filmed a woman walking with 2 small children and drove right past her.
Yep, that's about right.
And I'm thinking, you hypocrite SOB. I bet you got ice water and you got plenty of fuel in the 2 fuel tanks that van has.
Yep.
And it's not good. Like after we heard stories about that, after I think the tornadoes went and leveled, I think it was in Mississippi, this in 2023. And, you have to stay by your house even though it's totally leveled, because people come through and start looting. Isn't that awful? I just think that's terrible.
I'm sorry. This is where they make a 12 gauge round that's actually it's like sound and taser. Mm-hmm. It hits you and plants needles in you, and the thump knocks you off your feet, and the taser keeps you on the ground. Oh. But it's non-lethal. But they let these people run rampant. I'm all for civil rights, but at some point you got to say, when this person's violating everybody else's civil rights, what?
No, that's just regular. 12 gauge Walmart round. That's all you need. Little bird shot.
All right, 30 seconds.
Oh, I found out. Go, John. If you take a shotgun with an 18-inch barrel and a bird shot, stick it through the window and fire it, they usually want to give up because there's no place to hide.
Oh yeah. I give up.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
All right, it's time for the all-new Cafe Enigma. I'm your host, Big D, and our panel tonight, and this is our second episode or second segment tonight. episode tonight, installment tonight, something,
Segment?
whatever you want to call it. It's the second part of a 3-part show. So
you got 3 parts?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know we had 3 parts.
All Gall is divided into 3 parts. There you go.
The number 3 is special.
It is.
But you know, here's what's funny. I watch a lot of these videos. The number 3 is special. The number 6 is special. The number 7 is special. The number 9 is special. There's only a couple of numbers. I think 1 and 2 are the
7.
only numbers. Huh?
7 is special. 7 is
Yeah,
special.
that's what I said. So I said 7.
Okay.
I think 9 is special. So I think 1, 2, and 8 are the only numbers that aren't special.
Some people would say 8 is special, especially 88. 8 is supposed to be, good luck, or it's supposed to be a good thing.
I worry about 3, 6, and 9. Those are the only ones I worry about.
Well, aren't they the ones that go with frequency? Never mind.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of frequencies, have you listened to some of these binaural frequencies?
Yes. The music, yep, that are, yes.
It's just got the underlying tone to it.
Mm-hmm. Or the beats.
I use 432.
Hmm.
Because I can put on a set of headphones and just close my eyes and sit back, and it doesn't take but about 30 or 45 seconds of concentrating on that tone, and it seems like my mind just quiets. You start when you close your eyes, you see different patterns and lights. Those start slowing down, and some of them actually start. You can actually see something developing.
Man, what are you using? What have you been smoking?
No, I'm there. There's science.
They're supposed to be able to do that.
No, John, there's actual science fact that certain tones cause your brain patterns to change.
Only messing with you. I know. 432 is supposed to be the healing, neutral, calming, et cetera,
yeah,
frequency of the earth, and this 5G stuff or whatever the heck is pointed at this place is not 432. It is something else because we can hear it. Everybody.
Dude, I am so far out in the woods. Let me tell you, I don't worry about 5G. I really don't.
We ain't in the suburbs here. We're kind of out on the outsticks too, and yeah, it's here.
Have you noticed when you get away from a major? I'm not talking like Atlanta, Philadelphia. I'm talking about a major town.
Yeah,
where you probably got 400,000 or 500,000 people in it. Once you drive out of that, 5G is useless. The 5G on my phone just absolutely disappears when I cross the Carrollton city limits. When I come out of LaGrange, 5G gone. When I come out of Noonan, Georgia, 5G gone. Let me tell you, we moved here about 11 years ago. We lived here for almost 2 years, and cable stopped 1,500 feet down the road from us. We have only had cable at this house for the past less than 10 years.
Well, I got you beat because when I was in Tennessee as a kid in 1974, everybody to the right of my grandma's house all the way down the Blacktop Road into the gravel road were still using the old-timey phones on the wall with the crank on them and the ringers.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
The line is still there.
Somebody told me that you remember the old rotary phones. I'm sure you guys remember them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They make those now that will work on these new digital systems. So I haven't gone into looking them up, but one of these days I'm going to look them up and buy one.
I hated that. My finger always sweated and I got flustered and I'd have to start all over because once you messed it up.
You had to hang up and do it again.
Well, you hear, if you'd like to make a call, please hang up and dial the operator. This is a recording. Click.
Here's the thing. I want to put it in the kitchen, hang it on the wall with a normal cord, so that my grandkids can't wander all over the property.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to watch them first get a hold of somebody, and then watch them, because they're going to guard everything they say.
Remember the party line? You remember that?
Absolutely. Yeah.
If one person had a secret that some disaster happened, if such and such was sick, all of a sudden 20 people with apple pies or dinner would show up at their house, and everybody would be like, well, did you know that we were sick? Such told me. Then you find out somebody was listening on everybody's conversation.
Or you wanted to call your parents, and you pick up the phone and you hear somebody talk, so you just hang it up. That was Curtis.
Yep, that was it.
Could you imagine that phone system today? It would be picking up the phone. Get off the phone, I need to make a call.
Well, they did that. Yeah, that happens. Even if you didn't have the party line. Get off the phone.
Well,
how long are you going to talk on the phone? I need to call Mom.
Yeah, you remember when the cell phone started getting cranked up in Atlanta, some lady was texting me, sending me a bunch of dudes thinking I was her husband. I'm like, I am not your husband. I had to call the phone company. I'm like, this won't send me a message.
Oh, we said at the fire station when cell phones popular, scanners popped up. And we sit at the phones and play with the dial until we found a call.
That's bad.
But we never listened to, hey, would you pick up some milk on your way home? We didn't listen to those.
No,
it was always the woman cheating on her husband, or the husband cheating on her wife.
You're going to hell.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Those were the days. But I'm going to tell you, the folks, there's something to be said for back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
It's like my son asked me last night. He says, "Hey, Dad, why don't you get an iPhone?" Because it's an overpriced piece of crap as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't do anything more for me than my $185 Android.
So did you see the art that the AI has created looking back in time in the 20s and the 40s and the 50s? It shows the family setting, the father's mowing the grass, the mother's hanging up the clothes, and the kids are all playing on their bicycles, and it goes all the way through up until 1970s is about the last time you see any kids on a bicycle. Then the 80s, they're all dressed real colorful and they're riding skateboards. But then here comes the cell phone, and all the kids are staring at the cell phone. And it goes into the present day, and all the kids are still staring at the cell phone. Yep. And then the last one is they've all got the headset on. They can't see anything. They're in virtual reality.
Yeah.
That's what the AI predicts.
Well, let me tell you what, AI is way behind the curve, because there was a show written by, I hate when I do this. I get an actor's or somebody's name on the tip of my tongue and I can't say it. Played Captain Kirk, William Shatner.
Yeah.
He wrote a miniseries called Tech Wars.
Yeah.
And that what is happening right now with computers is what Tech Wars predicted.
Yep.
Folks, they've known about all of that since computers became popular in homes. They've known about all this stuff has been on drawing boards They just needed to get the computer power up.
Yep.
Could you imagine trying to do AI on a Commodore 128?
Yeah, that's not going to work very well.
I remember using 5 1/4 inch true floppy disks. I mean, you could flip them and flop them.
I still got some.
And we thought, I had a computer that had a 64K memory module, and I thought I had the world. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's some of this stuff just, I mean, people have known this stuff is coming. Watch some of the old sci-fi and look at Gene Roddenberry. I know this horse has been ridden quite a bit, but look at Star Trek and all the things that Roddenberry talked to a lot of people, and look at the communicator. Look at our cell phones.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's where
they used to.
That's where a lot of the came from.
Look at the tablets that they carried around and they would do stuff on.
Yep, and all the time they were doing technical on it.
Yeah. In fact, you can buy tablets that in a lot of cases are more powerful than the laptops.
Your phone is more powerful than a laptop.
That's probably true.
Isn't that wild? I carry a phone just to call my wife and see if she needs anything from the grocery store that has, I forget how many times the computing power of the computers that were aboard the first moon missions.
Yep.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
But you know why they're so slow, right?
What's that?
They're so slow because the components are all upgradable, and they try to make you believe that you need a new video card. It'll make it faster. And you need a new hard drive. It'll make it quicker to find, and it'll hold more information.
Well,
when they could have done all this.
Check it out, John. They've been doing that for years. Look at the automobile industry.
Oh, yeah, with the gas mileage. That's a joke. Until you look at the price tag of the car and you're like, oh, my God.
It's phenomenal to me. I mean, and the sad part is, speaking of, you said what was it in the 90s, kids on cell phones with skateboards?
Yep.
I remember seeing a video. There's about 5 kids riding a skateboard, and they're all they're riding down a little hill, and they're all texting probably to each other, and all of a sudden the pavement runs out and it's nothing but dirt.
Yeah.
There were some new cell phones bought that day. But that's look, even the technology is here that the screens that break, look at them wrong, and buy all this extra crud just to keep from breaking your screen or your phone.
And the screen broke.
2 or 3 years before I left the fire department, and now I've been retired now since coming on 14 years now. We actually had computers to put in the truck. They were called Tough Books. And I was standing there looking at one day, and we had a long hallway where we were standing, and the chief had turned the corner and saw us down there, and he told our IT guy, he's got one of those new computers, and he said, yeah. And he closed it up, and the chief said, well, let me take a look at it. And he threw it down the hallway. That thing bounced 4 or 5 times. This is a $6,000 laptop, and I thought the chief was going to have a coronary. And he picked it up, turned it on. Nothing wrong with the screen, nothing wrong with the components. So if they can build that 14, 15 years ago, Why do we have cell phones that if you drop them on the bed, they crack? It's to get you to spend money.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like that episode on True Blood where they were trying to figure out how to formulate the True Blood to keep the vampires alive. You remember that episode? They didn't want it to be pure. They just wanted it to be something the vampires had to drink to keep from dying from this virus. And it's kind of like, Gillette can make a razor to last forever. It's the same stuff as that. If you sell one razor, that's great. But why sell one when you can sell 300?
Well, I mean, that's why. We're getting some feedback here from somewhere.
I think we're getting it off of Vicky.
I must be a gorilla because I broke the Gorilla Glass on at least 5 phones by sitting on them in my pocket. So,
hey, John,
Is that me?
can you turn your speakers down just a little bit?
My speaker down? I ain't got no speakers.
Well, I'm hearing myself come back through your head, through your set.
Hold on, let me look.
Yeah, I mean, they come out with the Gorilla Glass, but it's like flat screen TVs. We found out, sadly. I gave $1,200 several years ago for a flat screen 60-inch.
Ooh,
I cracked the screen when we moved. They wanted $2,000 for the screen, but they only wanted $1,200 for the whole TV.
Yep.
That's getting you to simply buy more stuff.
It's coming from Vicky. Vicky, you there?
What am I doing?
Your microphone's up too loud, and we're getting feedback off you.
Okay. That better?
You got to go into settings and drop it down like 2 notches.
Okay.
Oh, Lord, we're getting all kinds of feedback. I'm getting it from John. Mark's getting it from Vicky. Lord have mercy.
I can always come back later.
No.
I'm not using all these fancy microphones and stuff that you guys use. I just got my smartphone. That's all I got.
Yeah.
I could put it on the laptop, but I don't know if that'd be any better. Probably not with our sorry internet connection we got at the house because we're kind of in the sticks. The only reason we got halfway decent internet is because we have one of the employees on the way out of the road. And he's got the lift truck. Doesn't have the ladder. He's got the lift truck. He can just get up there and look and see if the squirrels chewed it in half.
Oh, Lord. But anyway, in our final segment tonight, we're going to probably touch on the paranormal a little bit. Ask John for any new updates on who's come to visit him. Hey, John, I started to tell you earlier, the reason I want to see aliens land, like in Georgia, Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, that area, I want to see 2 people, the good old boys out there with shotguns drinking beer, and the church ladies.
Yeah. Well, that might not be a good combination.
Huh?
That might not be a good combination.
Well, if the good old boys are drinking beer and decide to use them alien ships as skeet, that we gonna wind up cleaning up the gene pool a little bit.
It just kind of bounce off.
Yeah, but
couldn't take down. It was off the coast of California that time in what was it, 40s? If they couldn't take that thing down, all the artillery they fired on that UFO, I'm pretty sure a shotgun ain't gonna do nothing to it.
The other one is church ladies. they're going to land, come out, and these ladies are going to be standing there. Hi, we're so glad to see you. Have you found Jesus?
Yeah, they're going to grab him and drag him into church.
And the first thing, and what's going to crack me up is when they go, "Why, yes, we have. We had lunch with him yesterday." You know.
That would probably not go over.
Here's the thing that fascinates me, John. Let's say if these people, we have alien visitors, chances are they are at least 10,000 years ahead of us.
Well, it could be 1 million.
But I'm just saying, let's just go with 10,000. And they've traveled across space at high rates of speed.
Well, try this. Just do 100 years ahead of us and see where we would be. Where do you think we will be if we don't destroy each other in 100 years? How far ahead will we be?
Well, I say 1,000 years because, we had that 800-year period in our history when nothing was done. It's the Dark Ages. And what if they didn't have that? Okay. They've just traveled across all this space, and we think that shooting a shotgun or a rifle or even sending up a piddly little Stinger missile is going to stop them?
No. They just turn into light and gone. That's it. But evidently they did something in Roswell, right? The energy weapon or whatever that was. What they're saying now is they actually attached one of the devices onto the radar, and that was how they were able to bring them down.
Okay, that was a movie from the 50s.
Well, I'll tell you this, in Antarctica, some people came forward and they've got these air rays that are buried under the ice that are used to bring things down that react the same way. Anti-gravity devices like the little UFOs and stuff, they can bring them down with those air rays they have buried in the ice. And it takes an awful lot of power. The guy that came forward was down there, and he said, obviously, they have a nuclear power plant to power all this because they wouldn't be able to supply it. I mentioned it in the show before, probably a couple months back.
But see, my thing is this: if that's what brought the craft down in Roswell, I mean, it sure was funny that right about that same time they had a movie come out where they did the exact same thing.
Well, Hollywood and the CIA and all that's always been together. So, you know how my fly is. If you watch some of my videos, how fast they come in and how fast they get the hell out of here and exit. And the thing to me is there's been so many different stories come out of Roswell after all these years that I tend to not. Okay, something crashed out there. I get it, but I discount a whole bunch of those stories that come out of there. Well, I think the better story is probably the one. I think it was Missouri where they were interviewing that Baptist preacher. And they had an object come down, and he described them as being little insect people. He said they look like insects. Said he couldn't hear them talk, but he could hear them talk in his head. They're all scared to death, couldn't breathe the air, and they sit there and they died. And they buried them in the cemetery. You know, that kind of stuff. That's more believable than a bunch of government agents running around out in the desert saying, we got it.
I just can't. I cannot see even today our technology being able to knock one out of the sky. It'd have to be. The ship's already crippled or something, you know.
Well, there's a lot of videos that are surfacing now about the laser weapons that they have on the satellites now. And if you want to see a good example of a laser weapon, all you got to do is look at that little Hawaiian island that the car's gotten melted. You know how hot that's got to be to melt the glass out of that car.
Oh, I'm not saying. I'll tell you what, we're gonna hold that thought until we come back, because we're coming up on a break, aren't we, Mark?
Oh yeah, let's go to break.
All right. We're going to go ahead and go to break, and we'll be back for our third segment and talk about modern weapons and UFOs for a minute when we get back. Y'all come get a cup of coffee, get you a drink, and we'll see you in a minute.
All right, we're on break.
All right. Hands up.
So what am I doing?
No. You're not. It's either coming from D or John. Actually, I'm not hearing it from John or you or me. No, now I'm hearing it from me. D.
I don't hear it from anybody.
Can you quit and come back?
It's John. It's reflecting off of you, buddy.
Well, ain't nothing to reflect off of. I don't have another speaker up there.
Just hang up and rejoin
the. You, John.
Just hang up and rejoin. That should fix it.
Try this. Try shutting Skype down and
you don't need to shut
it
completely down. You just need to hang up and then rejoin the call. That should fix it.
Well, that's what
we don't have enough time
shut the call
otherwise.
Yeah.
Do the same thing, D. I'm going to take and hang up, and I'm going to recall everybody.
Do you want us all to hang up?
Yeah, everybody hang up. I'm gonna take and redo the call.
I'm gonna restart, so I'll be back.
Are you there? Hello? Hello? Let's restart this phone call and make sure everything's good to go. Hey, I'm back. Are you back, John?
I'm back.
All right. All right.
John was back for a minute, and then he hung up again.
I see him. I don't see you, which is really weird. Let me go back into OBS real quick. Maybe I changed the location of the Skype. Oh, no, not that. Hello, hello, hello. Anybody there?
There's Vicky.
Yep.
Hi, Vicky.
Hello.
Come on, John.
He said he was going to reboot. He might have had an update come in.
Well,
Yeah.
mine had a screen that read, rate how it is doing, and then I didn't hit the cancel button, and so I didn't hear your call immediately. So maybe he got the same thing.
Very strange.
Well, what was it, about 2 months ago, we had the same problem. Getting it was like it was like off a couple of people.
Huh. I still think maybe
There
it's the...
he is.
There.
Hi, John.
Baby, I'm back.
All right, now it's gone.
Yeah, it's gone now.
Okay, well, I rebooted
We got 30
the
seconds,
phone
and we'll be
everything.
back on air.
Does that make you Bell
on.
South?
Does that mean I
If you're in
got?
Georgia, you're
That
Bell
mean I
South.
didn't get my break? Oh my God, I missed my break. I had to pee so bad.
Well, go ahead.
He doesn't have to. No, That's the thing, Vicky. He doesn't have to anymore.
Oh, okay.
I just want.
All right, get ready for the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
All right, it's time for the Do Cafe and the third and final segment for the night. We've just kind of been potpourri tonight. We were talking about advanced alien craft and weapons that the United States possesses. And I'm of the mind, John probably differs with me, but I'm of the mind that I don't think on our best day that they can't overcome anything that we've got. In fact, what was that movie where they came and took over the earth to mine gold or something like that? It had John Travolta in it. Battlefield Earth.
I know what one you're talking about. So let me ask you this.
Well, wait a minute. He said in that movie, we annihilated all of your armies in 9 minutes.
I thought it was 20 minutes, but whatever it is.
No, it was some incredibly short. I just don't, unless the craft is damaged or something like that, I just don't see us having any kind of weapon that could knock one out of the sky.
Well, it's like this. If you say you find a ray gun, somebody dropped their ray gun. It's nice and neat and shiny and does all this nice stuff, like a Star Trek phaser, something like that. You finally take it apart, and then after years of messing with it, you finally figure out how it works. Well, if you figure out how it works, then you got the recipe to cancel it out. So if it's a craft, if it's like your car, like somebody was trying to figure out how to knock your ignition system out of your car, they can do that now. And the EMP is very real.
But
everything uses power, though. Think about it. Everything uses power. It takes power to make everything work.
But what is the number one thing that the spacecrafts, and we've talked about this on other shows, what is the number one holdup with us traveling through space further than the moon?
Well, it would
beryllium spears.
Shields.
Yeah, the beryllium spears crack. We got to get a new beryllium spear.
But the thing is that they have to have shields.
Now the craziest thing is that stupid aircraft or the spacecraft that they got on that little shuttle thing. I've actually got a UFO that looks like that in at least 3 videos. It's the same shape and everything, and every time I look at it, I think about Tim Allen trying to get his beryllium
spears.
He just can't. He can't do it. He can't get in there. He's got to go fight the Rock.
Well, it's an interesting concept. Like I said, with so much, you've got so many ex-government people that are now in the UFO community. They were disinformation people before they joined. And now we're supposed to believe they just had this sudden change of heart.
Yeah, that's what we're supposed to believe.
Yeah. Let's move on down the road a little bit. In case real UFOs, John has some really good footage. These some people said, "Oh, well, they're just dust particles." Well, dust particles don't make 90-degree turns,
and and they don't flash at you either.
I mean, John's got some video on there that things that make you go, huh?
Yeah, I got a bunch of the video I didn't even upload because I've got so much of it. It's really too much for anybody to take in, and it's time consuming to put it on air. And then you get it up there, and some guy's like, "Oh yeah, that's a bat," and I'm like, "No, I got a bat right here." Well, that's a bug, not bugs right here. It's like I had 2 comments on a video that I put on X that I didn't notice got 9,000 and something views on it. And I start reading the comments, and apparently my comment, the little annunciator that comes on your phone that such and such has made a comment on your video, must be broken because there was a couple of good old boys got on there, and the first one says that's the International Space Station, and then the second one says that is a helicopter, and I'm like, are you kidding me? So you get a bunch of crap like that, and with orbs you get even more crap.
Even a helicopter doesn't just make a 90-degree turn.
Well, it's also silent, and it's got to have the marker lights on. It's got to have the beacons and the markers, or you ain't flying with the FAA. You can't be up there just flying around with a spotlight on. They'll kind of frown on that.
There's a few of those groups that don't have any acronym at all that do that.
I got it on film too. I got a Black Hawk with no lights on, and he was running infrared, same thing I was. And, I filmed it, posted.
and if you get that little piece of software that lets you track aircraft, you find out he didn't have a transponder either.
Yep.
Let's change gears, folks. There's a lot of crud going on in the world, and we've said it here live on this show that we don't write any of this up. We don't manufacture any of this information. This is all information that you can go out, research, and find. And we also watch the news. Now, once I get past the fact that most journalists have forgotten how to use spell checker and Grammarly.
Is that a pet peeve there?
Huh?
Pet peeve there?
Well, when thank God brain can read a misspelled word and tell you what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me tell you what, don't spell checker on your cell phone. Any kind of a conversation to your mama. Don't do that.
We're in the 21st century, and the spell checker on my cell phone still wants to print bad words.
Yeah, not just bad words. I mean, parts of the body words. I'm like, Mom, I did not say that. That is not. No, I see it. I see it. I can't believe you said it. No, Mom, it's a spell checker. What's that?
Autocorrect.
Well, let's talk about one of the top hot button issues today. Did you guys hear about this 10th grader that just won the New Hampshire State Championship for girls high jump?
No.
I missed that one.
Yeah. Over, I think 5 feet and an inch vertical jump.
Well,
that's pretty. Yeah. Unfortunately, the girl that won it was a guy.
I was going to ask you. There's a catch.
I knew there was a catch to it. Yeah.
Yeah, you always know anything I bring up like that's going to be a catch. The same guy, and I'm not even going to give him recognition, but it was from the Kearsarge Regional High School in North Sutton, New Hampshire. He also completed 4 regular season meets and took first place in all of them. And he also won multiple long distance running competitions in 2023.
So why now is this still going on?
I want to know where the feminazis are.
Yeah. Well, they're on the sidelines. They're on the sidelines now.
They fought so hard to get men out. And the one I loved years ago, folks, some of you, again, are too young to remember this, but I remember the bra burnings and all that. And women can do anything a man can do.
I sure can.
Well, Dorothy can, and I ain't arguing with her.
Well, that's
why the feminazis aren't saying anything, because they're getting beat by these guys who are competing as females.
Well, I heard it should be disqualified and done away with, and get them the hell out of the locker room. I mean, it's all insanity. What the hell are these people thinking?
But here's my point. You have fought so hard to get out from under a male-dominated society, and what are you doing? You're turning right back around.
Yeah, going right back.
And letting males dominate you. See, this proves a point. People like me have been saying for years, folks, I don't care. Study after study after study. A man and a woman of the same size and build, the guy is going to be at least twice as strong as the woman. You can run all these testosterone studies by me. It doesn't matter. A male body is going to be pound for pound in just across the board. The guy's going to beat the girls every time.
I know.
And they're doing it because they couldn't compete as a guy.
Yep.
Yes. Why doesn't that embarrass them? I mean,
embarrass who?
Seriously? The guy who's competing with the girls. I mean, surely he doesn't walk away feeling good about that, does he?
Well, he got they're not right anyway.
Vicky, he got a trophy. He got a medal. He's going to get a scholarship.
Yep. And he's going to get his butt kicked by the next guy that runs into him.
Well, and he gets to get in the girls' locker room.
And
no. That's when somebody shows up and says, "Hi, I'm the Tooth Fairy."
But they're being allowed into women's locker rooms.
Yeah, that doesn't go over very well.
And if a woman or if a young lady says anything about it, she's immediately trashed. Ladies have been kicked off of sports teams because they dare say anything.
Well, I don't think the feminists were on board with these people, these males competing in female sports. I mean, they probably stood against that, didn't they?
No.
Well, the best thing they could do is no women show up to any of the events. Let the weirdo guy who thinks he's competing as a girl, let him compete with himself and play with himself. Don't even support that crap, and there wouldn't be any problem. It's like watching women's basketball now. With all those taking a knee, and so we were watching it. It came on TV. There was nobody in the bleachers. Nobody cares. Nobody is watching that.
No, and in fact, if that stopped, have you noticed the NFL? You don't see anybody doing that anymore.
Nope. And you don't. Did anybody watch the Super Bowl? I didn't watch it.
Do you know? Do you know why you don't see it in the NFL anymore? Because it was exactly what everybody said it was. It was a fad.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that fad is going to cost them the rest of my life. I won't give a flip about a football game. I just won't. I remember them taking a knee, and I'm sorry, too many people died for the flag, and if they got to take a knee like that, they can keep their knee.
Well,
just keep it.
Okay. We're gonna touch on a couple of things before we get out of here today, and John just pretty much segued into my next one. But I can tell you why the feminists are upset about or not saying anything about this is because when all this transgender stuff started, they backed it 1,000%. They backed the soy boy movement, and then women got to complaining that, well, wait a minute, I need a guy. I need a man in my life. I don't need one of these milquetoast boys. And so you notice that the whole soy boy movement has gone by the wayside. But the feminists are now having to shut up because they raised so much sand, and now it's coming back to bite them in the butt. Again, let's get quiet for a while, and then we can start over.
Well, those are women. They can change their mind at any time. That's just a given thing.
Well, I swear a woman's DNA changes from time to time.
Well, you heard the joke. You heard the joke about the genie in the bottle, right? And the guy finding the genie and stuff. He only gets one wish, and the genie's asking him what he would wish for, and to be careful, he only gets one. And the guy said, "You know what? I've been through 2 divorces. I would like to understand women." But first he had wished for a 2-lane highway to the island of Hawaii because he was terrified of a boat. So in the end, after hearing the comment about, well, I'd like to understand women, the genie looks at him and said, would you like 2 lanes or 4? Much easier to build a highway than it was to understand women, because he didn't get it. It's a mysterious thing. It's like opening a woman's purse. Oh, hell no, that ain't happening. I cannot find anybody. Ain't gonna look for it.
Yeah. Here's a piece of advice for you young guys out there. If you want to even stand a chance, when your girlfriend or wife thinks she's got all the answers, change the questions. Okay.
Just say you're right, honey, and just don't ask no questions. Just you're right. That's right. That's a great idea.
Or say, look, something shiny.
All right, folks, here's something else. Get off of me. The economy is not better under Joe Biden.
Oh, shit. Are you kidding?
Every time somebody comes out and tries to claim that this economy is better, that all of the rhetoric is because of the Republicans, BS.
Yep.
Because the Republicans are just as guilty as the Democrats are of allowing this to happen.
Yep. How much is gas up there, by the way?
We're kind of evened out at about $3 and change.
Good Lord, that's crazy.
$3 and a few pennies. It's not as up and down as it. At one time around here, it would go from $3.10 one day to $3.60 the next day.
It went from $2.39 all the way up to $3.09 in one day.
Well, it's just a little bit below. I mean, it's not quite twice what we were paying for it, but there's no reason for gas to be $3 a gallon.
No, we got more fuel than anybody.
If you look, the first thing that Joe Biden did when he came into office was
down the pipelines.
He shut down the pipeline from Canada. Yep. Now, do you think that our Canada relationships are good these days? They're not. Because look how much
out of there, though.
Look how much money Canada lost.
Yep.
All right. Secondly, don't tell me that this economy is doing way better when I'm paying 2.5 times for the groceries the same amount of groceries that I've been buying. Okay.
You buy groceries?
Mm-hmm.
You mean you go to the grocery store?
Occasionally, yeah. But I mean,
squirrels out of the yard just to survive. We can't go to Walmart even. We ain't got no money.
You got to fight Bigfoot for it, right?
The squirrels around here are nervous.
Squirrels and dumplings is a mighty fine meal. Don't knock it till you tried it.
Maybe that's why you're having all the UFOs.
Well, you can't afford bologna either. Bologna's what Oscar Mayer cost you $4 for a little pack of bologna, and that's ears and noses and buttholes and tails and the stuff they can't put, on the shelf and package it. I mean, who the hell wants to eat a pig tongue? I mean,
pig tongue is good.
Oh, bologna.
All right. But anyway, what I'm saying is, don't sit here and tell me how much better the economy is. Okay.
Well, who is saying that? And let me go put them on Twitter and make them famous. I want to hear.
Start with Joe Scarborough. Bill Maher has come out and been trying to say it. Look at a number of politicians.
He's one of them that likes to piddle with the little kids because he was caught in the picture with the shoes on. That's the Red Shoe Club, and they all are pedophiles.
And let us
any attention to those.
And let us not forget our Peppermint Patty, our Secretary of News or whatever she is. She's forever been out trying to tell everybody all the great Biden has done for our economy.
That woman is just lost, completely lost.
No, she just got so comfortable now that doesn't care if you think she's lying or not.
Well, she knows everybody's lying. She knows everybody's lying to her. She has to tell lies, and she's the final thing. And then when she finally gets caught, or Biden gets caught in a corner somewhere to protect him, she just leaves the podium and walks off.
She'll just circle back later, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll circle back later and hope nobody ever answers the dang question. Things.
Are you familiar with Representative Barbara Lee from California?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Let me back up and regroup. Has anybody heard from Maxine Waters lately?
No. No. She's hiding.
She's a washout.
Well, after she caught telling people to go out and essentially do bad things to people that she disagreed with.
And they did.
And then she came back and said, "Oh, I didn't tell them to do anything physical to them." What did you think was going to happen, Maxine?
Yeah, she's on tape. They recorded her saying that.
Not even to mention that she has violated not only congressional rules, but many federal laws concerning funneling money to your family.
Joe Biden's telling the whole country that anybody that supports Trump is basically a MAGA nut job, and we're the biggest terrorist in the country.
Yeah. All because we don't agree with the politics.
I don't agree. I definitely don't agree.
You cannot. What they're trying to do is create a situation where you're afraid to disagree. Barbara Lee was Maxine Waters' running buddy. She is the female Louis Farrakhan. She is female Al Sharpton.
Oh boy.
All right. She's now arguing. Get this now. Do you remember all the problems from a $15 an hour minimum wage?
Yep. They want a $50 an hour minimum wage now.
How about a $50?
Yep. Hey, I said that already.
Yep.
Wow.
For candidates vying for the late Dianne Feinstein's U.S. Senate seat, Lee tried to justify her demand that the U.S. government mandate that businesses pay their employees a minimum of $50 an hour. Here's what she said. In the Bay Area, I believe it was a United Way that came out with a report very recently. $127,000 for a family of four is just barely enough to get by. Okay. There are other places to live than LA County, than Bay Area, San Francisco. Okay? If you can't afford to live there, move.
Just don't come to Florida. We don't want you down there either.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Lee, another survey recently said $104,000 for a family of one is barely enough to get by because of the affordability crisis.
Yep.
Raising the minimum wage is not going to solve the problem.
No, it's going to shut down all the businesses.
It's actually going to make the problem worse, because if people are making more money an hour, then the cost of living in that area will go up.
Hey, if you want to really see the robots get going and the AI, that'll do it.
Well,
there'll be robots handing you French fries at the drive-thru.
Oh, I mean, I know places where they're paying $15 an hour at fast food places, and the service is worse.
Yep.
It is absolutely worse.
Yep.
And you will see restaurants, you will see mom and pops, you will see small chain businesses go out of business. You will see Walmarts close up. You will see Kroger, Publix, and other grocery chains close up.
Yep.
people are already complaining that you go into a store, you're already paying more for what you were paying 2-3 years ago for something. Then you've got to check out your own groceries. You're basically paying the store for the privilege of shopping there.
Basically, yeah. And you have to self-checkout, don't forget.
You've got to check out your own groceries.
Yep.
Now, $50. Let me clue some people in. The first people you see behind this is going to be unions.
Yeah.
Because most union contracts state that they have to be so far above minimum wage. So let's just hypothetically, I don't believe this is going to go anywhere, but theoretically, if you did this, union employees would get such an increase. Folks, we have slap run out of time. We have got to get out of here. Just some food for thought tonight. Get out there, check it out for yourself, make up your own mind. Don't believe me, learn for yourself. Hey, y'all take care of your families. Remember, God loves you, so do we. Talk to y'all later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And we're all out of here. We're all out of here. But stick around, folks, for the after show.
I couldn't tell them where to find my UFO videos.
You said it, Florida, real UFOs, real, yeah.
Florida, I did not.
I did.
Heard you say it.
That was
I
did.
Okay, there you go.
I promoted you.
Yeah. Promoted me and demoted me in the beginning. All that Tinkerbell and Bell and all that stuff. Oh, man, I can't believe you said all that. I'm going to get you back. I'm going to get you back.
You play that tape back. I was Vicky.
I'm very on my feet, mister.
We don't use that term to say you're wearing comfortable shoes.
If you're drinking coffee and you're live on the air, I'm the man that will just spew it out, because every now and then I come up with some, let's just say, some shocking stuff.
I told somebody the other day, I said, end of the world came tomorrow, I wouldn't worry about it. Well, what do you mean? And I said, people like you have, not you guys, but of the guy I was talking to, I said, people like you have allowed this world to get so screwed up because you won't pay attention, but you want to be the smartest guy in the room.
Yep.
Needless to say, he doesn't talk to me anymore.
Well, common